My Lords, motion for debate. The principles behind the UK asylum and refugee policy and the response to the challenges of forced migration. The Lord Archbishop of Canterbury.
My Lords, I am very grateful to the usual channels for facilitating this debate, and to those who've had to work extra hard amongst the staff of the House to come in today, and to so many noble lords for being present today. Thank you very much indeed. I look forward to hearing the maiden speeches of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, the noble Lord, Lord Sahota, and the noble Baroness, Baroness Twycross, on this subject. This will not be a sermon, as my last well-attended sermon was 4.5 minutes. That may be a disappointment to noble lords. But it is nevertheless underpinned by deeply held spiritual principles deriving from the words of Christ, beginning over 1,000 years ago in terms of our policy and the application of them. The last time I delivered a sermon on this subject, it gained more than the usual attention. But so much so that I see some of our newspapers this week have rebutted the arguments I am about to make before I'd had a chance to deliver them, or even for that matter, to prepare them. I'm glad they have such gifts of mind reading. Get your rebuttal in first. Willie John McBride, captain of the 1974 Invincibles, almost told his teammates. I think he said retaliation. For the avoidance of doubt, my intention today is to examine some of the moral considerations which should drive our policies in this area, and then to propose some practical ways forward for the short, medium and long term. The Church is often, and quite often rightly, criticised for talking about morality in isolation from the complexity of the real world. But when it comes to the treatment of refugees and those seeking asylum, it is the Church, both here and abroad, which is doing so much of the heavy lifting, of meeting and supporting, of healing and advocacy right round the world. We look into the faces, we listen to the voices, and we speak from that experience. 2 weeks ago, I visited Mozambique to inaugurate a new province in the Anglican Communion. While there, we went up north to the area where ISIS is very active indeed. It's a beautiful country, generous people recovering from civil war and now facing an atrocious extremist insurgency. I met a young woman who had fled Daesh. She had seen beheadings in her village. She herself had been raped, and then she'd watched them smash her 3-month-old baby's head against a tree. That is one reality. Last week in Ukraine, standing by a mass grave, I met people who, with astonishing resolve, face a winter under Russian bombardment explicitly to destroy civilian infrastructure. A winter where next month it will fall probably to -20 degrees, and they will have neither electricity nor, because of that, water and the ability to heat. These are two images of suffering which could be replicated in over 50 other countries around the world. We know, and I want to make that absolutely clear and underline it, that Britain can neither resolve these problems by ourselves, nor can or should we take everyone who flees such devastation. It is beyond our capacity. But we do need to take a lead. How we shape our policies must look into the faces and must listen to the voices. And recognition of human dignity is the first principle which must underpin our asylum policy. A hostile environment is an immoral environment. Each human being has an inherent and immeasurable worth, regardless of their status, wealth, heritage, or background. The book of Genesis tells us God created mankind in his own image. In the 25th chapter of the Gospel of St. Matthew, in the parable of the sheep and goats, Jesus tells his followers about those who are strangers. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Care for the stranger has long been embedded in societies of Christian and Jewish roots and of other faiths right round the world. The welcome arrival in the UK of other religious faiths deepens these traditions of compassion. A compassionate asylum system is one that sees the faces of those in need and listens to their voices. A compassionate system does not mean open borders, but a disposition of generosity and a readiness to welcome those whose need is genuine and where we are able to meet that need. It also means compassion and generosity to those communities that will receive refugees, which are often neglected and forgotten. And I've seen this with my own eyes around the diocese I serve in East Kent, the Diocese of Canterbury, which perhaps bears the heaviest weight of this great crisis. A compassionate policy is one that has confidence to reject the shrill narratives that all who come to us for help should be treated as liars, scroungers, or less than fully human. Compassion is not weakness or naivety. It recognizes the impact on receiving communities, which includes the need to limit numbers and maintain security and order. Compassion means ending the criminal activity of people smugglers, perhaps one of the biggest industries in the world after drug smuggling. But it must distinguish between victims seeking help and criminals who exploit them. So much of the public and political debate on migration is driven by fear, my lords, linked to change and a fear of loss of control. Some of these fears are understandable. Many people are concerned that their communities and local services risk being overwhelmed. In East Kent, local schools, businesses and hospitals have risen amazingly and magnificently to the challenge. The RNLI and Border Force have carried out their mandate of saving life at sea, despite the disgraceful politicisation of their work by some. There is real pressure on housing, schools and GP surgeries, to which they respond superbly. But refugees have not, by the way, caused our housing crisis. We are around 40 years behind in our investment in housing stock. There would be a crisis anyway. And the number of asylum seekers has dropped in the past 2 decades. In 2021, there were 48,540 asylum applications made in the UK. In 2002, that was 84,132, almost twice as much. And other countries have taken significantly more refugees. In the year ending September 21, Germany received over 127,000 applications. France, over 96,000. It is not a competition, my lords, but we do need to face the fact that the UK ranked only 18th, 1/8, in Europe for our intake of asylum applications per head of the population in that period. And it cannot be repeated enough, 4 out of 5 refugees stay in their region of displacement, hosted by nations far poorer than themselves. Speak to Uganda or other countries in that area, and they will say, 45,000, that's a rounding error. When we fail to challenge the harmful rhetoric that refugees are the cause of this country's ills, then they should be treated as problems, not people, invaders to be tackled and deterred, We deny the essential value and dignity of fellow human beings. The right to seek asylum and the duty of the global community together to protect refugees has been politically degraded in this country when it should be a positive source of pride. I'm not only addressing the government front bench. This has been a decades-long downward slide over successive Labour, Conservative and coalition governments. My lords, you would expect me to say something about the Rwanda policy. We cannot separate the policy from the moral arguments. The government did not do this when it announced the policy in Holy Week this year, the most sacred week of the Christian calendar, on Maundy Thursday, when in Christian belief Jesus was washing his disciples' feet, including Judas Iscariot, and the Prime Minister of the time gave a speech in which he used the word compassion 6 times and described the policy as the morally right thing to do. In my sermon on Easter Sunday, I gave a brief view of this. It was 5 lines in a 3-page sermon. And shortly after, every one of my colleagues on these benches issued a statement concluding that this was an immoral policy that shames Britain. It is very rare on these benches that we're united on almost anything. I congratulate the Prime Minister on managing to unite the bench of bishops. What a miracle. It's a good reason for the other 53% of the population to click the census saying they are Christians. The government has said that the Rwanda policy aims to deter people arriving in the UK through illegal, dangerous or unnecessary methods. There is little or no evidence that this deterrence or the hostile environment works. The government's own impact assessment confirms that. The complaint I make is not about Rwanda, a country I know well, and in which there is much that I admire. A compassionate policy is one that recognises we have a share of global responsibility. Outsourcing our share creates more opportunities for people smugglers to operate in and around Rwanda. It's not a solution, it's a mistake, and it will be a failure. Furthermore, the desire for orderly migration to discourage people from skipping the queue is absurd if there is no legal queue. A point the Home Secretary and her officials recently conceded at the Home Affairs Select Committee in the Commons. There is no safe or regular route for an Iranian Christian or a gay man or woman from Eritrea to come to the UK to claim asylum. Yet both would be highly likely to have a valid claim if they got here. Unless you're coming from Ukraine, Afghanistan, Syria, or Hong Kong, and that, by the way, is not asylum, but financial visas, or are eligible for the restrictive family reunion criteria, there is no regular route that you can use. It was reported this month that not one person has been accepted and evacuated from Afghanistan under the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme. The Minister has very kindly written to me to correct that report, which was in the newspapers last Sunday. I hope in his response that he will clarify that correction for the whole House. When migrants arrive here, our system is grossly wasteful in both human and financial terms. Control has become cruelty. Staggering inefficiencies by successive governments trap people in limbo at incredible expense to the taxpayer, in the system for years, unable to build a life or to contribute to our society. I recently came across someone who'd been in the asylum system for 14 years. 14 years, my lords. Home Affairs Select Committee evidence shows that of all the people who arrived in the UK and by boat and claimed asylum in 2021, only 4% of claims had been processed by the Home Office by October 2022. This does not treat people with dignity or compassion, and nor is it control. As well as the overcrowded and disease-ridden conditions exposed recently, which the government is now addressing, camps and hotel accommodation keep migrants separate from the rest of the community. This segregation feeds concerns about lack of control. It fails to treat asylum seekers and refugees as neighbours who are to be loved or citizens in waiting. We miss out on the gifts they bring and want to contribute. I met someone yesterday who is now a citizen, incredibly proud of his citizenship and contributing enormously to our society, working with people in prison to help them go straight when they come out. Solidarity with others is built by contact and building relationships. Instead, we feed the politics of suspicion and division. There are real alternatives to this. We've seen in the Ukraine scheme that asylum seekers and refugees can live within existing communities. Such communities should receive prompt and adequate government support. It does cost money, but cheaper than exporting our responsibilities, and much cheaper if the system is compassionate, clear, efficient, accurate, and effective. We are clear that the UK cannot take everyone, but it can make its decisions through a system which balances effective, accurate, and clear control with compassion and dignity, a system which is based in our history and proper moral responsibilities. We used to talk of no recourse to public funds. A system of segregation risks creating a policy of no recourse to public compassion. We should take heart from the magnificent public response to refugees of recent years. There are still, in this country, profound reserves of kindness and goodwill to draw on. So what can we do in the short, medium, and long term, underpinned by these principles? In the short term, combat smugglers and prevent small boats crossing the channel. To minimise irregular arrivals, we need to provide safe ways and legal ways for people to get here and receive assessment and, where appropriate, protection. Approaches include expanding family reunification models, community sponsorship, and humanitarian visas and corridors from a far greater number of countries. We cannot continue with the tenfold increase in the number of people waiting more than a year for an initial decision, an increase between 2010 and 2020. The average processing time for an asylum case is currently around 15 months. It should be a maximum of 6. In Germany in 2021, the average asylum procedure took 6.6 months, despite a far higher refugee and asylum seeker population. Nearly 1/3 of those who have been waiting more than 6 months are made up of nationals from 10 countries that have a successful application rate of between 75 and 99%. It is ridiculous and disgraceful that people fleeing Afghanistan and Syria are having to wait so long when their applications will almost certainly be granted. It is right that safe countries are currently determined by statutory instrument. Then Parliament can democratically scrutinise those decisions, altering them where needed on the views and needs of the population. We need a triaging system to cut back, which distinguishes quickly between people based on the likelihood that they will be granted asylum. It will speed up decision-making, and for those who almost certainly would not be granted asylum, it would allow them to be removed almost immediately. That's not so far from our current policy, but in practice, it's not happening. The Home Office could do that. Removing people whose claims are unsuccessful can happen in a dignified way. There's been real success with voluntary removals in the past when the government collaborated with civil society. Returns have been on a downward trajectory, however, for a number of years. Removals will only be swift, just and fair if the system is clear, accurate, and not overwhelmed. In the meantime, we should also make one major change, which I propose, which is that asylum seekers should not just be allowed to work, but expected to work in limited circumstances, except in limited circumstances where it would clearly be inappropriate. This combines the right to fair and dignified protection, matched with a responsibility to contribute to their new society and the common good. In the medium term, in the 4 seconds I've got left, we suggest that people smuggling, like piracy, should become an international crime, and that the UK should take the lead in the struggle against people smuggling, forming an international body to track it down and attack it everywhere. It's what we did in the 17th century against piracy, in the 19th century against slave trading. Surely this is as serious. In the longer term, finally, we need to update the 51 Refugee Convention, which is hugely valuable in maintaining the importance of protection for all refugees, but must be made fit for the new challenges we face. A recent report by the Legatum Institute lays out some areas of ambiguity, including the role of the safe third country principle, the responsibility to report other countries who are hosting many refugees, guidance on return and readmission, and the eligibility of people fleeing new drivers of displacement, such as climate migrants. This problem is going to get worse, my lords. Britain has shown global leadership in 1951. We can do so again. We need more ambition in our policies. Time is not a luxury. Climate change and conflict risks driving migration for future generations at a rate we cannot imagine today, perhaps tenfold more. Of course, we don't have the answer on these benches, but the Church of England, together with many others, plays a leading role in dealing with the consequences of our present policy and its chronic dysfunction, and we have done so for quite a little while. In a chapel in Canterbury Cathedral, there is an inscription several centuries old that bears witness to the protection given to French Huguenots who fled persecution in the 17th and 18th centuries. The community needed a place to worship, and a chapel in the cathedral was offered to them by a simple exchange of one-page letters. They are still there. The French Protestant Church of Canterbury is there today, next to the plaque which heralds, and I quote, "the glorious asylum which England has in all times given to foreigners, flying for refuge against oppression and tyranny." My lords, this is our tradition, it is our history, it is our pride. Let us make it our future. I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, it's a great honour to follow the Most Reverend Primate, and I must start by commending him for his choice of topic and giving us the opportunity to debate immigration and asylum today. And also commend him for his comprehensive opening speech, and particularly his acknowledgement towards the end of the need to revisit the Refugee Convention. My Lords, during the passage of the Nationality and Borders Bill earlier this year, several peers justified their opposition by claiming that most voters who wanted greater immigration controls did so on a false understanding. Basically, that these voters could be ignored because they weren't sufficiently informed. Now, according to YouGov's latest tracker poll published on Monday this week, 56% of all UK adults believe that the rate of immigration to the UK is too high. In my remarks, I want to focus on why more than half of us who are contributing to our economy and our local communities take that view and are demanding action. And let's be clear, They are people of all colours, faiths and religions. Some themselves will be immigrants or children of immigrants, and they deserve to be heard and understood. What we've learned about the divisions in our society exposed by recent democratic events helps us to understand what unites this diverse group. They're likely to work hard, do their best for their family, be good neighbours, and enjoy living and working in a place to which they have a sense of belonging. Instinctively, they will share a commitment to social norms, standards of behaviour and common courtesies which support good order and represent fairness and the consideration of others. It's obvious stuff that costs nothing or very little. Things like taking our turn and not jumping queues, being reliable and keeping our word, caring about the general upkeep of public spaces, or dressing smartly when the place or occasion deserves a demonstration of respect. These are important shared standards because they are acts of self-discipline that demonstrate respect and help us form bonds which cross boundaries and build trust. They are standards that are neither beneath anyone nor beyond anyone. And people expect those of us in positions of authority, in politics, business, media, or the church, to help protect and promote these common standards by sharing them too. But what have we relegated our common bonds in favour of? Something more exclusive. My lords, when did virtue signalling to one another within the elite become more important than keeping faith with the values we all have in common, regardless of our status? We've allowed criminal gangs and opportunists to weaponise our differences and to endanger the lives of economic migrants in the process. And if that's not bad enough, at the same time, we're increasing the divisions in our society by suggesting that the democratic wishes of the majority don't matter. My lords, that's why we need to get a grip of illegal immigration. We shouldn't be surprised that people become distressed by increased pressure on local services. And when it comes to those who do unskilled work in warehouses, distribution centres or factories, we fail to understand that what makes those jobs bearable alongside decent pay and working conditions is creating a sense of community through camaraderie, collective effort and friendships. A working environment that's attractive to people doing repetitive jobs is difficult to create when no one cares if the workforce can relate to each other and technology, not human beings, determine operational standards and whether someone is doing a good job. My lords, no one expects or wants zero immigration, and people want to help and support refugees fleeing war and persecution. But successful and effective immigration and asylum policy relies on us understanding the valid concerns of the majority of our citizens who are opposed to the current rates of people entering the UK. The first step has to be implementing tighter controls. High-minded pronouncements, hand-wringing and the free-for-all it's creating are what is putting lives in danger, not doing everything we can to deter people from illegally crossing the channel. I would support any further measure to that end brought forward by the government, and I hope serious consideration is given to the recommendations in the CPS report by Nick Timothy and Carl Williams published this week. And I hope my noble friend the Minister will comment on that when he comes to wind up. My Lords, what I know is that dismissing people's concerns fuels divisions and drives distrust in the democratic process. And if we are serious about building a more prosperous and cohesive society, we need to show we are proud to be living alongside the great people of this country who are what makes us successful and whose good character is what attracts talent and like-minded people from all around the world.
My Lords, I'm pleased and very honoured to make my maiden speech today. I would like to thank your lordships for the kindness and support that I've received since entering this house. I would also like to thank Lord Kennedy of Southwark and Baroness Smith of Basildon for introducing me to the house and for their advice and guidance over the past few weeks. I'm grateful as well for the advice and guidance of all colleagues from across the house. I have hugely appreciated the warm welcome and answers to my many questions from the doorkeepers and other staff. A particular thanks for the welcome and assistance given to my parents and my parents-in-law on the day of my introduction. I feel blessed that they could attend along with my stepchildren. If this country is built on migration, then the same is true for my family. My husband is Norwegian, and my interest in politics was inspired by my Irish grandfather, who spent part of his childhood living above a laundry on a country estate, his family in service. My grandfather, Jack Campbell, went on to become a civil servant. I did try to follow in his footsteps, but was rejected for being too opinionated at my interview. This rejection, however, led to me having the most interesting life and career so far, and was arguably one of the best things that ever happened to me. My lords, I've been fortunate to work with some incredible people and to study, live and work throughout the UK. My current role is Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience, and I'm grateful for the opportunity the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, gave me by appointing me to this role. A role which saw me taking a lead in London's response to COVID. I owe a lot to those I've worked for and the confidence they have shown in me over my career. Indeed, I've worked out that I have well over half a dozen former bosses in this house, mainly from my time working for the Labour Party, but also from my time at the health charity Diabetes UK. This alone will make me mind my behaviour, and my goal is to avoid faux pas, and I aim, as we all do, to make a difference through my work here. At the moment, however, I am trying my hardest to figure out the correct times to stand, where to walk and not walk, and where to sit, and how to make sure I don't get shouted at. My experience here so far reminds me of my early days as a London Assembly member, where everyone else seems to understand the unwritten protocols and the unspoken rules. Thank you to all those who are helping to guide me through these rules, in particular Baroness Donaghy and Baroness Wheeler. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to speak in this important debate. Immigration is an issue I feel passionately about, and I agree strongly with the sentiments so eloquently expressed in the Most Reverend Primate's excellent speech. I declare an interest at this point as Chair of the London Resilience Forum. The London Resilience Forum has over 200 member organisations. These are generally organised into sector panels to ensure the voices of all those organisations that may be called upon to plan for or respond to an emergency are heard. Today's debate is particularly appropriate in recognition of the work of the Church of England in leading the Faith Sector Panel in London and the work the Church undertakes in similar roles on LRFs across the country. Along with the voluntary sector, including both national and community-based organisations, faith organisations representing all faiths provide the welcome those fleeing conflict or injustice deserve. They play a vital work in the role of LRFs in relation to forced migration. Local resilience forums over the past few years have become in some ways the go-to partnerships of last resort, often picking up issues where government can't identify another obvious way to deal with a crisis. The LRF preparedness includes responding to support colleagues from other agencies and partnerships, such as the regional strategic migration partnerships, when forced migration does not run as smoothly as it might. Over recent years, we've seen forced migration increase with conflict overseas. We should be particularly proud of how the British population stepped up to welcome Ukrainians to this country. There is much to learn and ponder in the context of this debate. Can I briefly, however, refer to the Afghan Relocations and Assistance Policy, or ARAP scheme, which was set up in April 2021. A number of those with local government expertise have already described the admirable work carried out during this period. but also how numerous people, including families, pregnant women and children, have been accommodated, sometimes for months and years, in overcrowded hotels. It is clear that the government could have been far better prepared in relation to planning for the airlifts from Kabul, which took place in August 2021. Can I refer instead to the role of the London Fire Brigade, my lords? As you know, the London Fire Brigade has had some very challenging press over recent weeks, and some of its problems in relation to culture were debated by this House yesterday. I am proud that the LFB is facing its problems head-on. What I would also say is that despite its issues, the LFB is the best type of emergency service when called upon in a crisis. The Fire Brigade is made up of doers, the type of people who run towards a problem rather than run away. So on the August bank holiday last year, when I was told there was a problem in terms of basic items reaching immigrants and a lack of drivers to deliver them, I picked up the phone to the Fire Brigade to ask if they had the capacity to deliver essentials such as nappies and sanitary towels to hotels housing recent arrivals from Afghanistan. And my lords, they sorted the vital deliveries within hours. In conclusion, I'd like to say it's been an honour to be able to make my first speech in your Lordship's House in this debate and on this important subject. I look forward to making future contributions on this and other matters.
My lords, may I congratulate my noble friend for the excellent maiden speech. She brings with her a great deal of experience of the sort we want to hear more of, both from the voluntary sector and from local government. And I'm sure she'll make an outstanding contribution to the future debates. I also welcome the fact that she's chosen this particular debate to make her mark, and I hope she will contribute to many of the discussions we're going to have on asylum and refugee policy in the future. This is not the end of it. There'll be many more debates. Could I also say how delighted I was when I learned that the most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, had chosen this subject of all possible subjects for his debate this year. It's one we've all been talking about. It's an issue that matters, and it gives us a chance to talk about many of the things that are relevant, and that indeed he has raised in his excellent speech this morning. My lords, the refugee issue is testing our humanitarian principles to the ultimate. It will determine in our response what sort of country we are, what sort of country we want to be seen, but particularly how we value our fellow human beings who've suffered greatly from persecution, from wars and conflict. And I think we have to stand firmly behind the principles established by the Archbishop this morning. My lords, there's a plaque off the central lobby in the House of Commons, which is a thank you by the 10,000 children who came on kinder transport to this country in 1938 and 1939. And it's a thank you for people, I was one of them, whose lives were saved by the fact that this country took them in. And there are other people today whose lives are being saved because we're taking them in. I agree with the Archbishop. Of course we can't take everybody, but we should accept our share of responsibility. And there is both a positive side to all this and a negative side. The positive side is that there are some wonderful people and groups and organizations. I just want to mention 4 of them. The faith groups have stood firmly by the principle that we should treat our fellow human beings decently. All the faiths, Church of England, Jews, the Muslims and so on, they've all stood firmly by the need for us to be supportive of their fellow human beings. I find it exhilarating and very rewarding to talk to schools. Sometimes when I've talked to schools about what's going on, I can hardly stop them leaving school and rushing off to Calais to help refugees, which is not what the teachers want. But the fact is that in the jargon, they get it. They really do get it, more than most people. And thirdly, there are the NGOs who work with refugees. A Safe Passage is one, but there's a Refugee Council, of which I'm a patron, but there are others as well, Care for Calais, and they're doing an excellent job in being supportive of their fellow human beings. And lastly, the ones who tend to be often forgotten. In visiting some of the refugee camps, or what's left of them in Calais or on the Greek islands, it is the volunteers, many from this country, but not exclusively so, often young people who are willing to devote a year or two of their lives to help their fellow human beings. They don't get all the accolades, they don't get all the praise. I think they should, because it is a tremendous sign of how young people are prepared to work for their most vulnerable fellow human beings in difficult and uncomfortable circumstances. My lords, in looking at the asylum and refugee issue, I have clearly, among others, said that this must not be the property of one political party, that we have to look across the board. And what I found in the course of the amendments and some of the arguments in which I got involved was that even government ministers came up to me and said, keep going with your amendment, even though the official government policy was to deny the amendment. And I thought that was pretty exhilarating. I said to one or two of these ministers, but you shouldn't be saying this to me. Never mind, keep going with your amendment. And I know for a fact that at quite senior levels, there was support for some of these amendments. The government is not monolithic. The government is not saying we only have one view on this, and I'm delighted. But having said that, I think it's important, in order that we can welcome vulnerable people to our communities, it's important that senior people in government send out the right signals, because public opinion needs to be won over to the arguments that we heard from the Archbishop this morning. And public opinion matters, because it's public opinion that has in the past persuaded the government to concede to one of the amendments I was putting forward, because public opinion was pretty forceful. I remember walking down the road in West London and somebody shouted, and normally when they shout at politicians it's hostile, but it wasn't. A voice said, keep going with your amendment. And I took a great deal of comfort from that. And although I get a few hostile emails and things, the number of supportive messages from the public far outweighs the hostility. Now, maybe that's not a very good statistical sample, but I do believe that one of our challenges is to keep public opinion on our side. And I remember at the time of the amendment, public opinion was won over at the sight of a Syrian boy, Alan Kurdi, drowned on the Mediterranean beach. And public opinion responded to this very positively, and I think that helped to sway the argument. But we have voices the other way, and the Archbishop referred to the use of the word invaders. My lords, in history, invaders have been the enemies of this country, and we should not regard people who are coming here for safety as the enemy. Could I just finish very briefly by two comments? I was in there's a large refugee camp in Jordan called Zafari, and that refugee camp is physically better than many because it's got electricity, sanitation and prefab buildings. But I was talking to a Syrian boy who just finished his education in the camp, and I said to him, what now? And he said, well, I can't get a job in the camp, I can't get a job outside the camp. What hope is there for me? And I think one of our main responsibilities is to give hope to our vulnerable fellow human beings. It is hope that is important. And could I finally say, as somebody who came as a refugee, this country has been pretty terrific to me. I value that, and I know that refugees coming today will also value being able to live in this country, find safety, get on with education, get work, and become part of our local communities. That is surely the aspiration we should all aim for.
My lords, the noble lord has been valuable to this country as well. I should say that I'm chair the House's Justice and Home Affairs Select Committee, but I'm speaking not for the committee today, but for myself, though of course informed by the committee's current work on family migration. Families and migration, significant not only to people struggling, and can be a great struggle, but to be with family now, but to those of us who owe our presence in the UK to our family's decision to come here, as the noble lady has reminded us. Sometimes, as recently as the previous generation, many are in high places now, and a good thing too. That's in my mind when I hear the increasingly exclusionary and unworkable policies. I hear them as rhetoric, not reason, when it's leadership, calming of suspicions that's needed. The first time I stood for election more than 40 years ago, someone said to me, "Where will my grandchildren live?" It's not a new issue, but the provision of housing, education, and a range of services for the settled community should not be a matter for competition with newcomers. Both groups need them. The House is grateful to the Most Reverend Prelate for articulating what some of us struggle to express. The Home Secretary is reported as saying we need a Bill of Responsibilities as distinct from a Bill of Rights, but aren't both important? I'd hope that includes responsibility too, for instance, and there are lots of examples one could give, employees of the British Council and their families stuck in Afghanistan. I don't need to describe their plight. Those who provided security for our diplomats. Can the Minister say something about the numbers actually assisted under the ACRS and ARAP, and how many are eligible for those schemes but have not been able to take advantage of them? I do in fact think there is a sort of contract between those the UK welcomes and this country, though welcome is not the right word for how much of the process is working. But maybe it's the company I keep. I've never met an asylum seeker or refugee who is not so grateful and so keen to contribute to our society and so frustrated by the rules which preclude it. The irony is, of course, that skills and talents which many refugees bring are needed here, and their characteristics too. Would I have had the gumption to get up and go, or put my head in the sand? There are particular character traits involved alongside the external imperative, and these are traits which employers welcome and we know that are needed. My Lord, slavery and trafficking are not unrelated to asylum seeking. Yesterday I heard conscription in Eritrea described as state slavery. Not every slavery claim is false. Is the government retreating from its work on modern slavery? What do we read into the delay in appointing a new independent anti-slavery commissioner? Is every Albanian to be disbelieved? Who can be surprised that Albanian children are going missing? It's a well-known pattern because traffickers, abusers are more trusted by victims than the UK authorities. I understand that 88% of Albanian women have succeeded in their asylum claim, and that is not an outlier of a figure. The noble Baroness Stoll referred to the CPS publication of this week, endorsed by the Home Secretary. The Centre's website page on the publication refers to the views of Conservative switchers who voted Conservative in 2019 but have drifted away. That seems to be the audience. And importantly, we must distinguish asylum seekers and refugees from immigrants. Exactly. Immigrants who come here for various reasons and who are by far, far the greater number. Years ago, I heard the term detained fast track. I thought that was benign, fast track acceptance. In 2015, the system was declared unlawful primarily because, this is Lord Dyson in the Court of Appeal, the time limits are so tight as to make it impossible for there to be a fair hearing of appeals in a significant number of cases. Are we heading for seek asylum, detention, fast track away without assessment? The new tier system means no assessment at all. The government seems to focus on excluding asylum seekers. What we don't hear about is what effort is going into dealing with the smugglers, the criminals, as distinct from re-victimising their victims. The criminals are able to tweak their business model or move it to, say, Rwanda, if they're not prosecuted and penalised. The motion refers to forced migration, and climate change is forcing it, with migrants so far displaced within their own region. People will take avoiding action, that's not economic migration, and will be planning ahead and so should the UK be, with compassion, confidence and practical common sense. So we're left with the question, in the context of the current and anticipated international situations, what does the government regard as the UK's fair share? My lords, I wish we had longer for this debate.
My lords, I am grateful to the Lord Archbishop of Canterbury for this important debate, and much of what he has told us has resonant echoes in Sikh teachings. I'm also grateful for the Baroness Twycross for her maiden speech, her moving maiden speech, and look forward to the other maiden speeches, particularly that of my friend and fellow Sikh, Lord Sahota. In the past, it was normal to look on people in distant lands with suspicion and fear, people likely to harm us, and our obviously superior way of life. John of Gaunt in Shakespeare's Richard II underlined this way of thinking when he described Britain as a precious stone set in a silver sea to guard us against the envy of less happy lands. Today, the internet, television have brought distant and supposedly lesser people into our living rooms, and we see and share their sorrow of people as far apart as Ukraine and Afghanistan, who have lost family members and their very homes as a result of conflict. Today we live in a smaller, interdependent world. The war in Ukraine has its repercussions all over the world, with famine in Africa. The COVID pandemic, while starting in China, caused death and suffering across the world. The challenges of climate change and global warming threaten future generations and can only be met by cooperation in universal action. A Christian hymn reminds us, new occasions teach new duties. Time makes ancient good uncouth. They must upwards still and onwards, who would keep abreast with truth. It is inevitable that people suffering man-made conflict or natural disasters will try to better themselves and move to areas of greater safety and opportunity. Sadly, they are often met with irrational hostility to foreigners, rooted in the mindset of the past. Religious leaders have long been aware that seeing others as lesser people brings a recipe for conflict. More than 300 years ago, the Sikh gurus, looking at the bigotry and conflict producing claims of superiority in the India of the day, boldly declared that for peace and justice we must recognize that we are all members of one interdependent human family. What was desirable 300 years ago is an imperative today. Despite those seeking asylum in this country are seen as alien invaders by many, including our Home Secretary. In a callous desire to appeal to latent bigotry, she even went further in putting blame for the insanitary conditions and overcrowding at the Manston Processing Centre on the asylum seekers themselves. With the very same logic, it could be equally argued that patients are to blame for delays in admission to hospitals. We are not even in the top 10 countries, as we've heard, that show generosity to strangers per head of population. Today, there are chronic shortages of labour in hospitals, care homes and elsewhere, while at the same time we are trying to send refugees desperate for work to places like Rwanda. My lords, In the prayers that begin our daily sittings, we are urged to put aside our prejudices and use Christian teachings to underpin political decision-making. Deuteronomy reminds us to be kind to strangers, for you are strangers in the land of Egypt. Leviticus reminds us, when a stranger resides with you in your land, you shall not wrong him. You shall love him as yourself. These far-sighted teachings, echoed in Sikhism and other faiths, are the very opposite of today's harsh attitudes to those seeking asylum. They harm not only those seeking refuge, but also our standing in the rest of the world. They should be re-examined with urgency.
Yeah,
My Lords, can I start by thanking Baroness Twycross for her gracious maiden speech and for mentioning the role of churches in local resilience forums. I'm also looking forward to hearing the two maiden speeches to come. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, and I were formerly colleagues when I was Bishop of Loughborough, and I look forward to working with him in this house. I want to thank too my Right Reverend friend, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for securing this timely and important debate. This past year alone, we've seen multiple developments of concern. An increase in forced migration due to conflicts around the globe, over a third of Ukraine's population displaced by war, with millions seeking refuge beyond their borders. A record 40,000 plus people making the precarious English Channel crossing. We've also seen deeply troubling conditions faced by people once in the UK, overcrowded processing centres, threats of deportation to Rwanda, and a lack of resettlement through the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme. In the swirl of revelations and challenges, it's easy to be swept along by the immediate, looking for a quick fix before the next issue comes along. There is, of course, real value in reacting effectively in the moment, particularly from those meeting humanitarian need, as seen with the extraordinary response of the British public to the Homes for Ukraine scheme. But there's also value in reflection on the principles that guide such actions and the system that they exist within. What is the purpose of our migration system, and who is it for? To echo the words of the Archbishop, at the heart of the matter is the recognition that every one of us is created in the image of God, with intrinsic worth and dignity. Scripture calls on us to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and welcome the stranger. In our contemporary context, what does welcome look like for those seeking refuge today? This is the very question that the Woolf Institute's newly formed and independent commission on the integration of refugees is exploring. I declare my interest as Vice Chair of the Commission. It's an honour to be involved under the excellent chairmanship of the Noble Lord Carlisle. As he will shortly outline in greater detail, I'm sure, we're seeking to bring together a range of views and experiences from our commissioners and from others across the country. Those with very different opinions and approaches are agreed that the system is broken, and we've come together to move towards a vision for better integration of refugees. As the Good Faith Partnership wrote in their report for the Commission, published just last month, the stage is set for those with practical ideas to tap into the widely held desire from the British public to integrate newcomers into their homes and communities. I and many others believe one of those key practical ideas is the provision of housing. Good refugee integration requires good housing solutions. Again, I declare my interest as lead bishop for housing. I arrived in this country with my parents at the age of 13 while the Iranian Revolution gripped my homeland. I arrived as a refugee. We were able to build our lives here in large part thanks to the housing provided to us when we arrived, first in a theological college and later in a vacant vicarage. We had a home again, stability and safety from which to build our lives again, and it's out of that that my own life has grown. Creating this rootedness remains a key factor for successful refugee integration today. The report of the Archbishop's Commission on Housing, Church and Community, Coming Home, concluded that good housing should be sustainable, safe, stable, sociable and satisfying. For many refugees, however, this is not their experience. Countless remain in overcrowded temporary accommodation for long periods. In August 2021, over 20,000 Afghan citizens were evacuated by the British military. More than a year later, 12,000 plus are still housed in hotels, costing 1.5 million a day. This is both dehumanizing and expensive. So how do we respond? Part of the solution is meanwhile housing. The installation of demountable, sustainable, high-quality homes on meanwhile use land. This provides better outcomes for refugees and improves use of public funds. Bristol City Council's project, Enabling Housing Innovation for Inclusive Growth, has been pioneering in taking this solution forward. And we at the newly launched Church Housing Foundation are actively working with government and others to find ways to assist the provision of meanwhile housing. Additionally, lifting the ban on the right to work, as the Archbishop has said, would have a transformative impact, enabling individuals to create more security for themselves by putting to use the skills that they have. Indeed, a YouGov poll earlier this year found that 81% of the public agree. My lords, a high percentage of those who apply for asylum are granted permission to stay. If these individuals are to have a chance of settling well, they must discover a new sense of belonging. And belonging grows from a combination of receiving good and dignified welcome, for example, in how they're housed, and in the opportunity to contribute from the earliest moment, chiefly through the right to work. And finally, on a positive note, I want to recognise and praise the incredible work going on in local churches and communities across the country to welcome the stranger, including in the diocese I serve, Chelmsford. As we strive towards better refugee integration in principles and in practice, I believe we can also be encouraged by the many good examples already around us.
I congratulate the noble Lord the Archbishop on introducing this debate and on the powerful way in which he did so. It is good to hear from the bishops' benches a statement of Christian principles applied to the issues of the day rather than just the normal aspects of political debate. This issue raises very difficult dilemmas for Christians. Being a very inadequate Christian myself, I take up the Archbishop's challenge with trepidation to try and formulate any principles for governing our policy on asylum and migration. And unlike the Archbishop not having direct access to the mind of God, I seek those principles in the Bible. And I recall that our Lord said that the essence of Christianity is to love God and love our neighbour as ourselves. And when asked, who is our neighbour, he gave the parable of the Good Samaritan, and which a Samaritan helped a Jew, from which I deduce that our neighbour is not just the person next door to us, not even necessarily a member of our own nation. It can be anyone. And the first principle I therefore deduce is that though charity begins at home, as a lot of my constituents used to tell me, it doesn't necessarily end at home. And I'm at one with the Archbishop on that. Second, the Samaritan did what he practically could. We may be called on to help anyone that we practically can, but we cannot help everyone. And again, the Archbishop recognised that, and I think it's important that we recognise that our responsibilities are finite in this respect. Thirdly, when the Levite and the Jewish priest reached their destination, I've no doubt they deplored the fact that, owing to years of austerity, there was insufficient spending on police and the health service to prevent the problem arising in the first place, or to treat the person instead of leaving it to the passing Samaritan. So my third principle is that though we, as politicians, well, the third principle is actually that to be a good Samaritan, you have to give at your own expense. You have to give care and help and so on. We, as politicians, may have to take decisions on behalf of others, but in doing so, we should have consideration of the impact we are having on other people and not imagine that we are being virtuous ourselves when we do good at their expense. So the first principle, charity, begins at home in how we treat people who have come to settle here. When I was a child, the parish, it was a time when mass immigration was just beginning to this country, and the parish in which I lived asked each family to link up with a migrant family, many of whom were lonely, isolated, and at worst facing hostility. My family was linked up with a Mauritian couple, a delightful Mauritian couple who we would invite to supper every few weeks and became good friends. And I think that was done by parishes across South London, and I would love to hear from the bishops who haven't yet spoken what is being done today by the churches to try and help integrate those who are here in our society and to be the good Samaritans to our neighbours from abroad. But charity doesn't end at home, and I pay tribute to those tens of thousands of people who opened their homes to families fleeing the bombing in Ukraine while their menfolk remained behind to fight for their country. But we shouldn't imagine that we are sharing in being good Samaritans if we say, well, let's emulate them, let's throw open the doors of our country to everybody, because if we do that, we're doing good at others' people's expense. We are effectively saying that migrants, as well as, be they legal or illegal, be they asylum seekers or otherwise, will, through the housing benefit and social housing, have access to rented homes and to social homes. We, of course, have all got our own homes, so we won't be affected. Therefore, more young people will have to wait at home longer or live in cramped bedsitters for longer because of what we may think as legislators we are doing generously, but not taking into account the impact on others. Now, the principle, our neighbour can be anyone, but it can't be everyone. Yet millions of people want to come here. If we look at the impact the green card system the American has operate, when they make available 30,000 visas to the US to certain countries and say anyone can apply, there'll just be a ballot. 9% of the population of Albania heard about that and applied when it was offered to them. 11% of the Armenian population applied when it was offered to them. 14%, I think, of the Liberian population applied when it was offered to them. And these are only the people who hear and get and respond. The potential number of people who would like to come to America or Europe, if we opened these so-called direct routes, would be enormous. And are we going to say to people who apply at an embassy or some place abroad that they will have the same legal rights, the same opportunity to appeal and have judicial review if their things are turned down? If so, potentially millions of people would be joining the queue. It wouldn't shorten it, it would lengthen it. So we have to restrict and we have to prioritise. And I submit to noble lords that the priority should not be the boat people. They're not coming from Basra or Somalia or Eritrea by boat. They're coming from France and Belgium and Germany. And why are they coming here rather than staying there, those safe countries? Because it's 3 or 4 times as likely to be, they're 4 times as likely to be rejected. And France, in its last year before the pandemic, forcibly repatriated 34,000 people. Here I find some strange double standards applied. There are no criticisms of France for being much stricter than us, or for us for being much laxer than them. But one or the other must be the case. I'm coming to an end, but if it is morally and legally right for the French to try and prevent people leaving their shores, and morally and legally right for us to pay and support the French in trying to stop people leaving their shores, surely it should be morally and legally right for us to return them. And if they can't be returned, it is reasonable to say, let us try and deter them by saying, if you come here, you will go to Rwanda. But you always have the opportunity of staying in France. I submit that we do not always consider these opportunities.
Well, Lords, we've been particularly generous with the timings. Could I remind noble Lords that it is an advisory backbench speaking time of 6 minutes?
My Lords, I'm pleased and honoured to make my maiden speech today, having had the honour of joining your Lordship's house. My noble Lords from all sides of the house have given me the warmest welcome, for which I am most grateful. I would like to thank the staff and the doorkeepers of the house for helping me in and out. Without them, I don't know where I would be, probably lost in here. I would like to thank my two supporters, Lord Kennedy and Lord Groucutt. I'd like to thank the Most Reverend Primate Archbishop of Canterbury for bringing this important debate to this house. I would also like to begin personally thanking the Archbishop for going to Amritsar in 1919 to pay his respect to the victims of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre on their 100th anniversary. That was the same year I made a documentary on the same subject. My Lords, when I arrived in UK in 1966 to join my father, for a few months later, England won the World Cup. So I sincerely hope that my elevation will have a similar effect. My family background is one of those typical Sikh family. My uncle served in the British Army in Burma during the Second World War under the command of Lord Mountbatten. My grandfather, his brother, my maternal grandfather all served in the British Indian Army in the First World War. And I sometimes wonder what they will make of the fact that their grandson is now a proud member of your Lordship's house. My uncle Chan Singh was the first politician in our family, and during the British Raj in India, he was a member of the movement which wanted Britain to quit India. And when I told him that I was going into politics, and he gave me one line of advice, that of Guru Gobind Singh, never be afraid of doing the righteous thing. Shubh karman se kabhu na daru. My father-in-law also dipped his toe in a local politics in India and was locally known as Comrade Tara Singh. Also, I would like to thank my two cousins, Dr. Preetam Sahota and Fakir Sahota, for their never-ending advice and encouragement. My Lords, it has been a long and arduous journey for me and my family coming to this country from 1957 to this day. This is a country of which we are immensely proud of and played a full part. I said arduous journey because in that time we had to face, like countless other economic migrant families, the slings and the arrows of racial discrimination, such as substandard and overcrowded accommodation, dirty and heavy work, lack of health and safety protection at work. And once my father was thrown out of the pub for not speaking English. Returning to the substance of the debate, my Lords, the present policy on asylum and refugees leaves a great deal to desire. It is a slow and cumbersome. People are left in a limbo for years, deprived of their dignity and basic human rights. In preparation for this debate, last Friday, I visited Refugees and Migrants Centre in Wolverhampton. where thousands of people come through their doors seeking all kinds of help on immigration, citizenship, resettlement, housing, health and well-being, employment, education, passport, and so on and so forth. I am grateful to the staff there for giving me their valuable time and advice. At this very moment, thousands of people are waiting decision on their asylum applications. System is clearly broken and is bursting at the seams. My lords, there are many problems refugees faces while waiting for their application to be processed. Unable to settle down, not knowing when they may be uprooted. They are often taken advantage of by the unscrupulous employers who pay them next to nothing, never mind the minimum wage. Private landlords who often charge high premium to rent out a room or a house. Many are forced to work in a sex industry to make ends meet. Many women face domestic violence as a result of being taken advantage of by the predators. The stress of waiting for their cases to be resolved takes a severe toll on their health and well-being. Their children struggle at school as they are unable to settle down. They are forced to beg and use food banks to survive. So there is a cost to the police, to the National Health Service, to the school, and to the housing sector. All I ask the government is to invest in a proper asylum system more and treat people who are fleeing tyranny and persecution in their own country with dignity and compassion. My lords, when the founder of the Sikh religion, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, was a young man, his father gave him some money to start a business. And instead of investing in a business, he spent the money on feeding the hungry and destitute. And when he was asked why he has done this, his reply was, "This was the best deal I could find on the market." So, my lords, we too must strive to find the best deal on the market for our fellow human beings. Thank you.
My lords, what a privilege to follow that. The prodigious amounts and the breadth of work that my new noble friend has done in his community, well, his communities, is extraordinary. The energy that he's invested in making life better for people across the spectrum, with a special emphasis perhaps on Sikh and Punjabi communities too. He's written a book of poetry in Punjabi, and as a lover of poetry, I just wish that I could now speak it. I shall sit with my noble friend and expect some explanations. He has spent his time cheering up so many people. I last officiated at an event for a Shropshire lad with the funeral of the late Lord Murray of Epping Forest and Telford. And I quoted then, as I quote now, although the energy with which that speech has been made makes it very clear that this is not a funeral. I said then, "You will keep from shame in London streets the Shropshire name. On banks of Thames they must not say, 7 breeds worse men than they." A force of nature and part of what I hope will be a levelling up moment in the life of this house. I'm most grateful. As indeed I am to the Most Reverend Prelate, the Archbishop. For the first time in a long time I've wanted to stand up and cheer, although that would have been against all propriety in this house, because he has said so much that all of us might have, or many of us would have wanted to say. Perhaps an interest I should declare is that I'm a member of the delegation from the British Parliament to the Council of Europe, and I sit on its migration committee. I was there 2 days ago in Paris, considering a whole host of things related to and consequent upon the problems being faced not just in this country, but across our continent and indeed around the world. I've heard from the Most Reverend Prelate and indeed from others a question about a possible updating or modification of the 1951 Convention. I was asked by the Migration Committee to compose a report for the 70th anniversary of the Convention, which was approved by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe just a year ago. And I will certainly be taking back to the Migration Committee a proper expression of the need. It would have to be an international need to look again at the Convention to see what modifications are appropriate in the present moment. But I have to say that for the moment, the 1951 Convention is embedded in our law. It is the law we must obey. We've had discussions about this in the Nationality and Borders Act as it moves through this House, and a great amount of dismay was expressed at our apparent readiness to depart from our legal obligations. That's the most worrying thing. Noble and learned lords expressed their views forcibly on this matter. I, in my work for the report I prepared, worked with UNHCR offices here in London and in Strasbourg and in Geneva. And all of them can give, well, have given to the British government a very clear and lucid understanding of the law that would have taken into consideration even what I'd have to declare the extraordinary views of the noble Lord Lilly that he expressed after his time was up a moment ago. So it is the law. We must obey it. We can modify it. The call by the Most Reverend Prelate for international consensus around this and other matters, this is the moment perhaps for that. At the heart of the Convention lie three principles: non-refoulement, non-discrimination, and non-penalization. Those are cardinal elements in the way the Convention is spelled out. And an examination of current British practice measured against those cardinal elements would, well, shall we say, raise questions of an inordinate nature in our minds and force us to look again at our moral position against the law under which we sit in a country that prides itself on the rule of law. My lords, in the meeting I was at 2 days ago in Paris, statistics that are not the usual ones came my way from a high official of the International Red Cross who spoke to our meeting. She told us about the numbers of people who have died, who are missing, registered missing. Only 13% of those registered missing in their attempt to find refuge somewhere, 13% are ever found and forensically identified. That is, 87% never are. And although it's not my custom to read parts of a report, this paragraph, a chilling one, is the one with which I want to conclude my remarks in this debate. These alarming numbers are only the tip of a tragic iceberg, and many more migrants are likely to have lost their life or become untraceable. Their families and friends typically do not have any sign of life or death of their loved ones. Anonymous dead migrants are washed ashore in Europe and the southern Mediterranean Sea, or are found in forests and cities and even lorries, requiring forensic analyses and the transfer of corpses for their burial. 14 in the English Channel, 25,271 in the Mediterranean Sea. Should we not be worried? And should this debate not apply the greatest possible pressure, as far as we are concerned, to obtain the highest possible standards? I'm down.
Please make it 6 minutes. Thank you.
Lord, can I say what a privilege it is to have the opportunity to take part in this debate, but also to follow my Welsh Methodist minister, Leslie Griffiths. We were introduced on the same day quite a few years ago now, and it's delightful that we, both of us, are able to take part in this debate. I would ask the government, is it satisfied with the process that asylum seekers have to go through to achieve their status? This past September, there were 127,000 asylum applications waiting to be dealt with, some waiting a considerable time. Decision takers doing their very best, but clearly the whole recruitment and training of decision takers need to be of a standard that inspires confidence. When 100,000 negative immigration decisions were rejected and reversed in the past 5 years, clearly the present system does not inspire confidence. Not in the staff, who see their original decisions rejected 50% of the time. In the unnecessary anxiety to so many applicants with often very, very serious and sad consequences. When the millions of pounds in unnecessary expense because of these reversals, because of the appeals, but when an application must be reconsidered, that is unnecessary expense. The unnecessary delays lead to governments acting harshly, and the UK's reputation is smeared. Now, there are steps that can be taken in a thoroughgoing overhaul of the Home Office, and its immigration responsibilities are absolutely crying out for research. Now, the organisation Humanitarians Together is preparing a humanitarian manifesto, which hopefully will propose changes that can be accepted by all parties in this Parliament.
Choice of topic by the Most Reverend Primate for his annual debate, Britain's asylum and refugee policies, is a timely and indeed a necessary one. And I'd like to begin by thanking the Most Reverend Primate and his colleagues on the Bishop's Bench, and more widely also, for the contributions they have made to the national debate on these issues, for injecting a tone of humanity and of respect for Britain's international obligations into a discussion which frequently lacks either of those two qualities. Why is it necessary to debate? Because however discordant the views expressed on this subject are, and they are, on one thing everyone seems to be in agreement, namely that our present policies for dealing with asylum seekers and refugees are defective and are not working. So we really do need an overall rethink of our policies, not just a desperate attempt to patch them up or to remedy one or other defect which is highlighted by the Daily Mail in screeching headlines. And any rethought policy needs to be consistent and coherent if we are not simply to emulate the little Dutch boy plugging holes in the dike with his fingers. In that category of desperate remedies, the government's aim of flying asylum seekers off to Rwanda or to any other developing country ready to have their palms crossed with silver ranks high indeed. The legality of the policy is before the courts, so I will not comment on that aspect. But it does not seem to be acting as a deterrent to asylum seekers, as its protagonist claimed it would, and the accounting officer at the Home Office cannot certify value for money. So the sooner it's dropped, the better. In the same category comes our adamant refusal to allow asylum seekers, even those waiting for several years, to have their claims dealt with, to take legal employment. Other European countries permit asylum seekers to work after 6 months. Why can't we do so? And thus both reduce the mental and physical stress put on the refugees and their families and save ourselves some taxpayers' money. So much for the negatives of our present policies. Here are some positive suggestions. First, we surely must cut the ever-lengthening delays in processing asylum claims. The government seems to realise this, but are they taking effective action to speed up the process? Then we really do need to thrash out with our continental European partners, and not just the French, a whole range of policies designed to put the human traffickers out of business and behind bars where they deserve to be. That means more cooperation with Europol and Eurojust, and a better, more trusting overall relationship with the EU and its member states. Just telling them to get a grip is not going to achieve that. Thirdly, we need to give serious consideration to opening up ways in which claims for asylum can be submitted outside our borders and then processed expeditiously. That could be one of the ways of reducing the temptation of taking the perilous route by dinghy across the Channel. Now, all those measures are fully consistent with our international obligations, which some of the government's policies are not. Brushing off the views to that effect of the UN High Commission of Refugees, whose job it is to oversee implementation of the Refugee Convention, and saying that we think otherwise is simply Alice's Red Queen's response of, "It's so because I say it's so." And it's not consistent with asserting that we are strong supporters of the rules-based international order, an assertion which ministers stand at the dispatch box and repeat several times every week. I do sometimes wonder whether those who champion more restrictive and inhumane policies have any understanding of our country's record down the centuries in welcoming Huguenot refugees from France, Jewish refugees from Russia and Eastern Europe and from Nazi Germany, Asian refugees from East Africa. Did we benefit from that, or were we harmed by it? Well, the answer's evident. Just look around this chamber, look around the chamber of the other place, look around the cabinet table, and you will see the answer. It's surely time to apply the same values we did earlier in our history when it comes to treating today's asylum seekers.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a very great pleasure to follow the noble Lord Hannay. I have always admired him, but I don't think I've ever agreed with everything he's said until today. I agree with most things he said. Today I endorse everything and thank him for his very vigorous speech. And it's also a great pleasure to be able to say a brief word of thanks to the two Maiden speakers and to look forward to the third, the Right Reverend the Bishop of Leicester. My Lords, it's singularly appropriate that the Archbishop should have chosen this subject for this debate today. We are in Advent, approaching the season of Christmas, and some of our thoughts, even prompted by some of our Christmas cards, will make us think of the flight into Egypt, the most famous refugee family in history. And my Lords, what Lord Hannay just said about refugees coming to our country was so true. They enriched our society. I myself benefited from a German Jewish refugee who was a neighbour of ours when I was a schoolboy and who lectured in English literature and who gave me my passionate love of Shakespeare, which I retain to this day. He was married to a Spanish refugee who had fled from Franco's Spain. It's only a few weeks, my Lords, since in this very chamber, Lord Poppet introduced the debate to mark the 50th anniversary of the coming of the Uganda Asians. They too have enriched our society. And of course, if one does go further back, and one thinks of Canterbury and of Spitalfields and the Weavers and the Huguenots, who numbered among them the greatest silversmiths of the 18th century, Paul de Lameray, Coteau. There's a name to conjure with. My Lords, we have to be very mindful of our enriched past when we look at the present. I'm very proud of the way that our country has responded to the bestiality in Ukraine and those families who have taken in Ukrainian families. I'm very proud of the fact that we are giving refuge to people from Hong Kong because of the abrogation of an international treaty by China, a treaty they signed with us, which itself should underline the importance of our always honouring our international treaties and commitments. But, my lords, I wanted to make one or two practical suggestions, as did the Archbishop. And I very much agreed with what he said about the traffickers, of course. And Lord Hannay echoed that a moment or two ago. They should indeed be rounded up as vigorously as we can possibly round them up. They can now be imprisoned for life, and that's very right and proper. And we should deal with them. But, my lords, we should also, as Lord Hannay touched on, we should also process applications not only more quickly, but outside this country. And I put to my noble friend a suggestion only a week or so ago in this house when we had question time, and said to him, can we not get together with our friends in France? And France, in spite of what my noble friend Lord Lilly says, has received many refugees, and the Archbishop gave the figures when he made his speech. But can we not get together with our neighbours and friends and build a real large hostel near Calais? Spartan, if you like, but clean and decent, where these people can live relatively comfortable lives, and where their applications can be processed by British customs, British officials. Because that would be a sensible, practical thing to do, and it would help to cut down these dreadful cross-channel journeys from which a number of people have perished. And of course we had the number given a little while ago of the 25,000 in the Mediterranean. My lords, we are dealing with human beings, made in the likeness of God, human beings who are have every right to expect their dignity to be respected. And if they are genuine, and of course some of them are not, and they deserve punishment, if they are genuine, to be given all the help that it is practical to give. My lords, I'm grateful to the Archbishop, as I'm sure we all are, for the manner in which he introduced this very important debate, and let's hope that it leads to some action, if not this day, at least tomorrow.
My lords, I declare my interests as a member of the Noble Lady Baroness Hamway's Justice and Home Affairs Committee, and also as a long-time supporter of the wonderful charity Refugee Tales. It's a pleasure, as always, to follow the noble Lord Cormac, and also to mark the end of my noble friend Lord Dubb's 90th birthday week this way. My thanks, like everyone else, to the Most Reverend Primate, the Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, for convening this timely debate on the eve of Human Rights Day. I congratulate my noble friends, two maidens in labour, if that's not a contradiction in terms, on their wonderful contrasting maiden speeches, and I look forward to the maiden speech of the the Bishop. I get all my bishops mixed up. The Bishop of Leicester to follow in a moment. So, unlike the noble Lord Cormac, actually, I also think it's apt. I always think it's apt that Human Rights Day is so close to Christmas, for the reasons he gave, because Christmas is a time when so many people all over the world celebrate the birth of a very special refugee child. But I think it is worth remembering why we do celebrate Human Rights Day. Noble Lords will remember that it was in October 1942 that the then Prime Minister Winston Churchill famously wrote to the predecessor of our present Archbishop in the following terms. The systematic cruelties to which the Jewish people, men, women and children, have been exposed under the Nazi regime are amongst the most terrible events of history and place an indelible stain upon all who perpetrate and instigate them. Free men and women denounce these vile crimes. And when this world struggle ends, with the enthronement of human rights, racial persecution will be ended. Inspirational, if perhaps optimistic, as it turned out. But remembering the failure, there was some failure of Allied powers to give adequate passage and protection to those desperate to flee the Nazis. My lords, I'll remind Noble Lords that Albert Einstein was denied asylum here and had to go to the United States for it. This failure to give adequate passage and protection, even after Kristallnacht in 1938, heralded a policy of systematic genocide. Refugee protection is therefore perhaps the most poignant paradigm of post-war human rights. Given the emerging understanding of the sheer horror of the pre-war and war years, it's unsurprising that the Refugee Convention should have been one of the earliest priorities of post-war international legal architecture. It brings detail and binding effect to supplement the right to asylum in Article 14 of the Universal Declaration. It came into force in 1954 and has been amended only once. The 1967 protocol removed the original limitation of protection to those fleeing events before 1951 in Europe. So the subsequent protection was always intended to be worldwide and permanent. And we've heard how the Convention defines a refugee as someone with a well-founded fear of persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a social group or political opinion, who is therefore unable or unwilling to return to their country of origin. And as we heard from my noble friend Lord Griffiths of Bury Port, it's built on three principles: non-discrimination, non-penalisation and non-refoulement, non-return. So the protections should be applied without discrimination on the basis of race, religion or country of origin, but also as international law has developed over time on other prohibited grounds such as sex, age, disability, sexuality and so on. It recognises, my lords, that the most desperate, genuine refugees may have no choice but to flee, as from the Nazis, via illegal means, using false papers and identities and clandestine transport across borders in breach of ordinary immigration controls of nations. So the Convention prohibits penalising them, for example, by criminal offences relating to their seeking of asylum or by way of arbitrary detention. Crucially, the Convention absolutely prohibits their return or expulsion to places where their lives or freedoms would be in peril. It further provides for minimum standards for the treatment of refugees. They should have access to courts, primary education, papers including travel documents, and the UN High Commissioner is charged with supervising the operation of the Convention, which signatory states undertake to cooperate with. My lords, the Refugee Convention is a vital part of human rights machinery in providing at least a basic safety net when individual nation states, who granted bear the lion's share of responsibility for guaranteeing rights and freedoms, fail in that duty. To undermine it in thought, word and deed, as so many governments have done for so much of our still young century, is to forget or ignore the worst atrocities of the last one.
Yeah. My Lords, it is a privilege to be making my maiden speech in this most important debate, and I'm grateful to my most reverend friend, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for putting forward this motion. I'm also grateful to noble lords for their welcome today, and I look forward to learning from and working with you in the service of His Majesty's government and our great nation. And as one of my relatives was actually the first ever manager of the English football team, I want to echo the noble Lord Sahota in his hope that his and my elevation may lead to success, as in 1966. As Bishop of Leicester, I have the honour of serving a city which has been made by migration, including those seeking asylum. Among them, Asian refugees expelled from Uganda 50 years ago, Somalian refugees fleeing the civil war in the 1990s. Socially, culturally, and economically, Leicester has benefited phenomenally from the talents, hard work, and rich heritage of migrant communities. But I don't wish to speak of migrants, as I believe we often do, as other, a group distinct from ourselves. For I too am a migrant. I was born in Indonesia. I spent my early years growing up there. I also benefited from several years working with my wife in Guinea, in West Africa, and here in the UK. I've moved between Sheffield, Gloucester, and Leicester. And most fundamentally, I belong to a spiritual tradition which sees all those who follow Jesus as pilgrims in this foreign land, as the famous hymn goes. Which is to say that at many points in my life, I have been dependent on the hospitality of others, dependent on them seeing me as kin, as a fellow human, a friend, not a foe. Dependence also on the generosity of strangers, friends, and ultimately the graciousness of God. Indeed, since entering this house, I've depended on the advice, patience, and thoughtfulness of my sponsors, fellow Lord Spiritual members of this house, the officials and staff here, and my diocesan colleagues. I'm very grateful to them all. Like any newcomer, I have needed shepherding into unfamiliar spaces and ways of doing things. Yet I fear that as a nation we offer little of that welcome, guidance and orientation to refugees and asylum seekers, our fellow men and women who have suffered trauma, terror, abuse and hardship on their journey. In Leicester we have a number of hotels accommodating asylum seekers. They may have a roof over their heads, but they are not given even the most basic of means of living as human beings. The freedom to make even small decisions like what to eat. The independence that comes from having enough money to buy essentials for oneself. The stable connections to a community which offer a sense of belonging and support. At the drop of a hat, they can find themselves relocated to another part of the UK or deported forcibly, returning to a place they were so desperate to leave. The noble Lord Lilly asked for examples of what the church is doing to support such people. And I want to assure you that in Leicester there are those from our churches who visit people in these hotels, provide clothing and food, and in one recent event that I know of, gave a cultural evening for Kurdish women with food and dancing, an opportunity to learn from their culture even as they learn from ours. However, in denying refugees and asylum seekers their agency, their dignity, and their need for creativity and community, it is not only them we dehumanize, it is ourselves as well. I believe that Christ showed us that true humanity is showing love over fear. So when we are possessed by fear of the other, fear of losing control over our borders, fear of what refugees show us of the fragility of human structures and ways of life, we are lesser versions of ourselves. Of course, recognizing our kinship with asylum seekers and refugees does not decide the political questions around immigration. Questions of integration and how to live well together must be wrestled with. But those questions we must grapple with regardless, and we must do so with sincerity and integrity. The unrest which Leicester experienced in September of this year demonstrates why we need robust strategies which support integration. On both sides of the chamber and in both houses, we can all agree that we want a country where people of all backgrounds and beliefs can work, live and learn together, enriched by our diversity. But we cannot be naive in assuming that strong, cohesive communities occur by default. Integration requires efforts from all government departments, not just the Home Office. DCMS, with its new online safety bill, for example, can help limit the sort of disinformation which fueled the disorder in Leicester. The Foreign and Commonwealth Office can take seriously how political affairs in other countries have ripple effects here in the UK. And the Department for Education can ensure that all children leave schools with a strong understanding of and respect for the various faith traditions present in the UK. We cannot offer true refuge if we do not have a collective home to welcome people into. By kindness, by compassion, the recognition of someone's inherent dignity and worth, we can make anywhere feel like home. It is how the UK and Leicester have come to be home for me, and how I hope this house will also come to be somewhere I am familiar with.
My Lords, I'm delighted to follow the Right Reverend Prelate Bishop of Leicester, in whose diocese I live and worship. He made an excellent speech, if I might say so. I've never heard him give a sermon. Perhaps we can put that right at some later date. I agreed with quite a lot of what they said, surprisingly. I regard his predecessor, Tim Stevens, as a friend. I hope Tim Stevens regarded me as a friend as well. My view, as a still loyal member of the Church of England, and on Sunday I heard from David Hepplewhite, who you might know, an excellent sermon in Stamford-on-Avon, the origins of the Christmas stocking. How many people here know the origins of the Christmas stocking? I didn't until then. I'm 71. But my view is that we need a spiritual and moral dimension to politics and to government policy and to legislation. It's a minority view, but I therefore support having an episcopal bench in the House of Lords, and will continue to do so, and indeed having an established church. So I welcome the Right Reverend Prelate here. His predecessor, Guy Vernon Smith, married my mother in Cosby twice, unfortunately, because her first husband is on War Memorial. Now, I hope to see more of him here, and I hope to see more of him in Leicester. May I also take this opportunity to applaud the two serving archbishops for their quite excellent sermons, both the Platinum Jubilee service and Her Majesty's funeral. There were occasions which showed the Church absolutely at its best, and frankly, rising to the occasion. So may I thank them for that. So I speak as a member of the Church of England, a Christian, but not worthy to preach, I can assure you of that, and my faith is a private matter. But I wish to give at least one view today, of a view from the pews. It's not my intention to attack either the Church nor the bishops, so I shall ask questions which perhaps the Most Reverend Prelate might have time to address at the end. I agree, by the way, with a lot that he said. In April, though, he said, quote, "The standard by which we must treat those seeking asylum is love thy neighbour as thyself." I agree. Which brings me to the question that prompted that most powerful parable of the Good Samaritan. Who is thy neighbour? On this occasion, who is a refugee? Refugees typically return when it's safe to do so, like the Holy Family, to which neighbour Lord Cormac mentioned. I absolutely accept the direction we have to show compassion, and that lesson in Matthew 25. But there is huge pressure on our borders, on our services, on our infrastructures, and that is caused by people who understandably want a better life. They want to come to Britain. It's a fantastic country. Although to hear some here in the chamber, you'd think it was the most awful place, and you can't think why they'd want to come. But may I focus particularly on small boats in the Channel, which is, of course, very close to the Most Reverend Prelate's Diocese of Canterbury. The smuggling by criminal gangs we've heard of, and nearly half in the last 5 months that have come across the Channel have come from Albania via France. Now, Albania is a safe country. I'm not sure about France, although people go to France on holiday, and I have been, and indeed to Italy, Greece and Germany. But are people being persecuted either in Albania or in France? They come here because we welcome them. We give them accommodation, we give them benefits, etc. We are, frankly, extremely generous, which is why they don't want to stay in France, who are less generous. The Albanians are instructed by their people smugglers to say they're victims of trafficking against the Human Trafficking Bill. Those from the Middle East or from countries that outlaw homosexuality are to say they're apostates or they're gay, so they can't be sent back. And anybody that can credibly do so, even if he or she is 25 years old, says they're children. We are being taken, I fear, as fools, largely by smugglers who know their market, if I can put it that way. Just as Imad al-Swilman took the clergy at Liverpool Cathedral for naive fools when he said he was converted to Christianity, it was confirmed, having been supported by Asylum Link. Then he took a bomb in a taxi to blow up the Remembrance Day service in Liverpool Cathedral. So let's be sensible, please, not naive. My lords, one reason people want to come here is our history and our culture, which my noble friend Baroness Stoll referred to. The welcome we gave Jewish refugees from the pogroms in Poland and Russia in the late 19th century, or from Germany in the 20th century. I'm proud of that, very proud of that. But we are, as a result, literally changing the way our country carries on and its culture through mass migration. Now, there are distressingly many people, like those I've mentioned, who do not share our values, our small L liberal attitudes. Let's not pretend everybody does. So let me ask some questions. On culture, for instance, I missed this, but did the church or bishops lobby to continue having daily acts of worship in schools? You may think that's unimportant, but Pace church schools, very few state schools now have a daily Christian service and hymn. And the most basic loss to culture, of course, is that people don't know those glorious hymns, and now at matches they'll sing Sweet Caroline rather than Abide With Me, which you may not think is important, but is a pointer. And what is the Church of England planning to do to reverse the decline in Christian belief? Bishops will be irrelevant if nobody believes in Christianity. I think the worst news this month has been the fact that there's been a huge decline in those who call themselves Christian. And that, of course, relates to education. Now, does the Most Reverend Archbishop believe that the Church is institutionally racist? Because if it is, I don't want anything to do with it. But we hear bishops do say that. My lords, there's another question. Why was Calvin Robinson kicked out as an ordinand? Now, I don't know him. He may be very unsuitable, but his story is coming out. It's not good. Now, closer to home, as an illustration, and not to embarrass the Right Reverend Prelate who I follow, I live in a group of 11 parishes. We've had no resident priest for 3.5 years. So I travelled over 10 miles on Sunday, burning fossil fuel. But there are 2 bishops in Leicester, where the population of the city is now apparently only 32% Christian. I note that the people I see in church, I note that I want to sit down. 100 years ago, every parish...
A good time for me to remind the speaker.
I followed up. 100 years ago, every parish had a resident priest and no bishops, because the diocese was only founded in 1927. Now, I will sit down, but I have to say, as a loyal member of the Church of England, I want to see that I frankly hope that the Archbishop might commend the people and the governments of this country, his flock nationally and in Kent, for the generosity and hospitality that we have shown over the last half-century to the over 10 million people that have settled here, every one of them has been a stranger in this land.
My Lords, I thank the Most Reverend Primate for initiating this debate, and above all for the characteristically profound ethical foundation of his speech. I also commend 3 truly promising maiden speeches, and I look forward to hearing more from all of their lordships. My lords, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Chelmsford, has said, I happen to have agreed to chair an independent commission on the integration of refugees, in my view a core necessity integration of the subject under debate. Convened and funded by the Wolf Institute, which is based in Cambridge, the commission has more than 20 commissioners from many disciplines, some of whom have real lived experience of life as a refugee. I thank the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Chelmsford, and 2 other noble lords who kindly consented to be on my commission, namely Baroness Hale and Baroness Neuberger. Just telling your lordships those names confirms the promise of a thoroughly penetrating debate as well as a chilling chairing challenge. Our purpose is to bring together different experiences, opposing views, to build consensus on this sometimes contentious political issue. Ours is neither a campaigning commission nor politically partisan. Indeed, in many ways, it is simply a corollary to the Most Reverend Primate's debate today. Integration means different things to different people. It's a two-way process for new and existing communities, respectively. The nature and outcome of integration is multifaceted. British values and culture are diverse, and integration most certainly should not be confused with assimilation. It comes from a neutral position. One can say that policies geared towards refugee integration have been seriously neglected by all governments over the past 30 years or so. My lords, in my view, the lens of migration management is inappropriate for asylum and leads to unnecessary polarisation and toxicity. The UK refugee and asylum system should not be lumped together with general immigration policy. The former is wholly morally grounded, the latter is more opaque. And so immigration through refugees and asylum is founded on a wholly different set of principles. At our first hearing in Birmingham, our commission heard from refugees themselves, local officials and voluntary organisations. All raised major concerns about the way the UK's current refugee and asylum system functions. The polarising media discourse in this area was particularly identified as the enemy of fairness. Recent successful and country-specific settlement schemes should be distinguished from the main subject I'm talking about. They have come with funding and resourcing to facilitate the integration of specified groups of new arrivals. But the same cannot be said for those who apply for asylum in the UK. Poor resourcing and the unprecedented waiting times for those in the system and ensuing trauma and uncertainty make long-term integration much more difficult for anyone who exercises their right, and it is a right, my lords, according to the Geneva Convention, to apply for asylum in the United Kingdom. Additional damage, I'm afraid, is caused by legislation which puts into statute a two-tiered asylum system depending on the method of entry. We can all understand the argument for deterrence, and I think we should send back quickly those who clearly are not genuine refugees. But the current system has the effect of punishing those who legitimately claim asylum in the UK through putting severe restrictions on access to English language training, work, which has already been mentioned, and good accommodation. And the current policy doesn't seem to me to deter a single person. It's a fiction that government policy has increased deterrence. Finally, my lords, I'd like to raise a point about unaccompanied asylum seeker children. I believe that they should be treated as children first and foremost. The British state has a duty of care to those children. Sadly, in many circumstances, this is not being provided. Unaccompanied asylum seeker children are often processed as adults on arrival at the UK border. They're being sent to adult accommodation, and it's left to local authorities to try and pick up the pieces later on. These children are usually not provided with access to the health, and most especially the mental health support that they require. And sadly, some simply disappear into child trafficking, sex work, and human slavery. There are serious issues about the age assessment of people who claim to be children and the disputes process on that matter. but these must now be resolved in a way that is fast and fair and imaginative, and if it does that, it will also be accurate. My Lords, the UK must play its role in working to alleviate these defects through an improved system that respects the rights of refugees and asylum seekers, whilst also winning the acquiescence of the British public.
My Lords, despite my probably sensible and timely demotion on the speaker list, I am nevertheless delighted to speak in this very moving debate and thank my brother, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for bringing this to us. I thank you also to Lord Robotham for his very kind words on our preaching earlier this year, and I can assure him, not on this occasion, but on almost every other occasion when I rise to speak, it is to speak about the Christian gospel, whose values underpin everything I am about to say. I was also very, very moved by Lord Singh, who quoted the Jewish and Christian scriptures to us, and that is such a powerful sign of the generous spirit of the Sikh faith, which we can all learn so much from, and thank you indeed for the three very powerful maiden speeches we've heard today. I want to emphasise a really small but significant point. That is that getting this right and doing the right thing is a blessing for all of us, for everyone in our society, and the best way of shifting public opinion, whose anxiety about this, I believe, is fuelled by the dysfunction of our current system. You know, the hard truth is, our asylum system simply doesn't treat everyone the same. It doesn't give people the dignity, safety and agency that their humanity deserves. Lord Lilly, everyone is our neighbour. Of course, we can't take everybody, but we must therefore, even more so, have a fair system for everyone. But dehumanising language just promotes fear. A threat of destitution is being used as a deterrent. And children are treated as if they are adults. Yet in our own country, amongst our own people, in our churches, other faith groups and communities, some things have gone really well, such as the Homes for Ukraine scheme, where many people have found a home, other family members have joined them, people have been able to get work. This is really good. But why, my lords, has our response to people fleeing other conflicts been different? Currently, the family definition in our asylum system would not even allow someone to join their sibling, even if they were the last remaining relative. And being able to work and contribute is a long, long way off. The tragedy of our system lies in its exceptionalism. That means people get differential treatment, usually because of their country of origin. And this underpins the Nationality and Borders Act, and I fear further legislative action will be the same. But we could learn from what's happening in our communities. And again, Lord Lilly, let me assure you, you asked us directly about integration. I mean, I don't know where to begin. You know, in so many, and I do mean hundreds and hundreds of parishes and schools, and indeed in other faith communities up and down our country, that is what we're doing. In English language classes, in befriending people, in teaching people. Yeah, there's lots about the Church of England which could be better. I'll be the first to admit it. But actually, this is something we are doing alongside others. And it shows the best of British. So, we need a system that will simply provide safe and legal routes for everyone to have equal opportunities to apply for asylum. And all I'm saying is, I think this would be good for us, as well as for the people who are fleeing unimaginable conflict and evil. Finally, when it comes to being able to work, the Church of England, alongside the Refugee Council and the government's own Migration Advisory Committee, is a long-standing supporter of the Lift the Ban campaign. My lords, I say this to you, and like many of us would wish to say more, but I think the Archbishop of Canterbury did actually say most of it. I say this as winter arrives, and it's cold, and a cost of living crisis will inevitably affect British people's capacity to be hospitable. And I want to say simply this: a functioning asylum system is not a threat to our social cohesion, as some fear or predict. But a dysfunctional, unfair one is. As every small child knows, this time of the year, as Lord Cormac has mentioned, Mary and Joseph came looking for somewhere to stay, but there was no room at the inn. Saying no, accusing those who are hospitable of being naive, passing the buck, that's the easy thing to do. But saying yes with a fair and equal system for everyone, now this also opens up blessings for everyone.
May I thank the Most Reverend Prelate for the enormous opportunity he's given us by challenging us to respond to the enormous problem of forced migration. I speak today about religious persecution as a driver, probably the key driver for forced migration. And if I may tell my noble friends that we have with us today His Highness Prince Hazim of the Yazidis. All will recall that the Yazidis are perhaps the most persecuted minority of all at the moment, and of course there are many others as well, but these are victims of genocide, and genocide is of course the worst crime in the UN Convention Assembly. So I and my colleagues have worked hard in recent years to do everything we can to support the Yazidis in their enfeebled situation in camps in northern Iraq. And we've worked hard, and we have come out with one or two important conclusions that I put before you and hope that we will have the opportunity to discuss privately or in groups at another place. We have formed the Windsor Dialogue under the chairmanship of Bishop Alistair Redfern, with the support of Canon Edmund Newell, the support of Canon Paul Edmondson, and other members of Westminster Abbey, the Dean himself, and with the Spiritual Council of the Yazidis, which is headed by the Prince himself. We have tied ourselves into another oppressed minority, another religious persecuted minority, who have broken through and become immensely successful, to give us an example of what can be done. And that is the LDS, Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as the Mormons, where we have as our co-chairman Geoffrey Holland, and work hard with Sharon Eubank, and with the US Friends of the Amar Foundation, which is the generating energy of what is going on. We brought ourselves together because we learnt that the excuse for the genocidal actions by ISIS against the Yazidis was that they were supposed to worship the devil. And this has led us, looking in great detail over a number of years into this problem issue of refugees everywhere, forced migration, we have come to the conclusion that religious persecution is a very, very important driver of forced migration. And without looking at the religious persecution angle, I do not think that you can recover, we do not think that you can recover the lives, the livelihoods, and the agencies of those who have been beaten and oppressed and sex-slaved and other disgusting activities that humans undertake when they lose their thread of morality. So we have worked intensively in the camps. We have been practical in terms of building health centres, equipping them and running them, and we have also brought in music, IT, English language and business training, and now we are starting to be able to offer jobs. We particularly focused on music because the Yazidis themselves, their prayers are all sung. And we found that the onslaught on them was matched or intensified by the onslaught on their own religion. And that meant that those who held the music in their heads, the priests of the Yazidi Spiritual Council, they were the ones at the end who the ISIS were targeting. Indeed, at one point I found I could only count some over 10 remaining priests. And this meant that their entire, as it were, Sistine Chapel, Westminster Abbey, Canterbury Cathedral, was in the heads of just a very, very few priests. And those were being targeted by their bitter enemy, the ISIS rebels. So we recorded the music with the Prince of the Yazidis agreement, and it's stored in Bodleian Library. That can never be lost again. But it's given us an understanding of what happens when your religion is in fact attacked. Because it does seem that your religion is a key part of your identity, of your personality. Of course, in Britain, we like to think that religion doesn't count. We simply discard the idea, the knowledge that 83% of the globe belongs to a faith, one faith or another, the principal one being Christianity, the second one being Islam, then we have Hinduism and so on, and then we have wonderful minority faiths, such as the Yazidi faith. So understanding the reason for the onslaught was one of our key first efforts. And we have managed to articulate and write down what the Yazidi faith is. And the prince's predecessor, the former prince, sadly dead, he said this was the first ever time their faith had been properly written down accurately without being targeted by an onslaught that it was wrong. Because, of course, the whole supposed enemy that the Yazidis are supposed to be rests on this bizarre concept that they worship the devil. Of course, that is not the case at all, but it's very odd how humans, when an idea gets in their heads, how they refuse to dislodge it, and there's still an awful lot of thinking with that at the moment. So, firstly, we understood the reason of the onslaught, and then we worked out how to tackle it. And now, today, I'm very, very happy to say that instead of a disaster, we believe we have a way out. We believe we have a way forward. And in that belief, which we're writing down and researching and will be presenting, we have the support of UNHCR, we have the support of the World Health Organization, and we hope very much indeed that the formula we are developing may be of use and value elsewhere too. And the Yazidis themselves are very happy if their suffering can help others. Much of it is based on music, and I'm very pleased to say we've been able to perform to King Charles, to the Bodleian Library, to Westminster Abbey, to St George's, Windsor. At Exultate, sing unto God, is basically where we are coming from. And I would suggest that it is time to restart our look at refugees and see them as a tremendously capable group of people, and to help them flourish, to help them perform, and to help them be successful and no longer to be victims. I beg them.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow the Noble Lady Nicholson, and we have heard three excellent maiden speeches. I thank my noble friends, Lady Twycross, Lord Sahota, and the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, for their excellent contributions to this debate. My Lords, I thank the Most Reverend Primate for the opportunity to debate this important question today. It's timely for many reasons. In addition to the seasonal context offered to us by the Noble Lord Cormac, and the reminder by my noble friend Lady Chakrabarti that tomorrow is Human Rights Day. Only 2 weeks ago, the Home Secretary admitted that we had lost control of our borders. And in that loss of control, we have a gridlocked asylum system. 144,000 people are waiting an initial decision on their asylum applications. 70% for 6 months or more. That is 6 months of being unable to work, to access key services or accommodation, and most importantly, for a significant proportion of these people, unable to live without the fear and the torment of being sent back at the risk of prosecution and torture. Over a third are from 5 countries with grant rates of 80%, meaning that they will likely have a legitimate claim to asylum. And as the Noble Lord Carlyle emphasised, within this appalling chaos, there are children at risk. In the year to September, of those who applied, over 14,000 were children. including 5,152 who were unaccompanied, and many of these children, far too many, have gone missing, have disappeared, including 39 child refugees who have gone missing in Kent. My Lords, the welfare of those children, the Home Office has a legal duty to safeguard, and it is failing so to do. But not only have children gone missing, this last year there was a 212% rise in age disputes. It's worth emphasising that Home Office policy on this was revised so that those who look significantly over 18 are treated as adults. A policy that has resulted in children as young as 14 being placed in immigration detention or alone in adult accommodation facing significant risk of harm. A breach of our duty of care and of the provisions of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child and our own consequent legislation. Next, my Lords, I ask the Noble Lord the Minister a question that he must have anticipated. I quote Tim Loughton from the record of the Home Affairs Select Committee hearing on the 23rd of November, when he role-played as follows. I am a 16-year-old orphan from an East African country escaping a war zone and religious persecution, and I have a sibling who is legally in the United Kingdom. What is a safe and legal route for me to come to the United Kingdom? If he's unable to better the Home Secretary's floundering and seeming inability to provide a coherent answer, and our Permanent Secretary's offer that they should engage with the UNHCR while at the same time admitting that there are many countries in Africa and indeed elsewhere where it's not possible to apply for asylum via the UNHCR, should we infer that the principles informing contemporary UK asylum and refugee policy are not in compliance with the Refugee Convention, and that is by design? My final point is about the government's now notorious Rwanda policy, an immoral policy that shames Britain. On the release of government documents about the process by which Rwanda was selected for offshoring of asylum seekers, we saw the degree to which the then Prime Minister and the Home Secretary overrode the concerns of senior officials, their own equality impact assessment, the UNHCR, the British High Commissioner to Rwanda, and the UK's International Ambassador for Human Rights. So now we've spent £140 million, and what have we received in return? Well, the prospect of years of ongoing litigation, disquiet among many of our key allies and partners, the disapproval of the UNHCR and other supranational agencies, and a further erosion of our reputation for compassion and adherence to international law. In its latest country report, the US State Department said that among the things that characterise Rwanda are arbitrary detention, ill treatment, torture in official and unofficial detention, and the fact that fair trial standards are routinely flouted. Last Sunday, the US Secretary of State called President Kagame. He reported having discussed credible reports indicating that Rwanda continues to support the M23 rebel group and has its armed forces inside the DRC. In an oral question yesterday in your Lordship's House, the Noble Lord Goldsmith twice reminded us that this egregious behaviour in sponsoring conflict in a neighbouring country undermines peace efforts and is causing insecurity and significant human suffering there. So much so that the FCDO have raised their concerns at the highest levels in Rwanda. Can I ask the Minister how our assessments of the robustness of judicial systems, of the likelihood of arbitrary arrest and the propensity for agents of the state to use torture in Rwanda differ from that of the US State Department? I'm interested to know if we have a superior methodological practice that might explain this disparity in outlook. Of course, the government is right to emphasise the importance of breaking the grip of people smugglers, but there is no evidence at all that the Rwanda policy will accomplish that. Since it was announced, the numbers of arrivals have gone up, not down. Cynics might be forgiven for thinking that the government is happy to invest money in a policy that is purely symbolic. Small boat arrivals continue at record levels, due in part at least to a lack of safe and legal routes for asylum. Well, as we face significant systemic challenges to our immigration and asylum system, and it's time we confronted them constructively and not just symbolically. I welcome this debate as a step towards doing exactly that. I commend the Most Reverend Prelate's proposals as a good starting point, particularly when they're read in the context of my Right Honourable friend Yvette Cooper's detailed interviews today.
Yeah.
My Lords, I too would like to thank the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury,
for introducing this important debate and doing so effectively. It is essential that we discuss this issue in the way it has been framed, because the debate about asylum and refugee policy has become very toxic. We have lost sight of the principles which should guide this policy. Challenges facing asylum and refugee policy are quite different from those facing voluntary migration policy. Every country, of course, has the right to control voluntary migration and develop policies to meet their needs. But we've got to remember that involuntary migration is different. Asylum seekers and refugees do not move out of choice. They are forced to flee the persecution and other intolerable conditions. Unfortunately, debates about asylum and voluntary migration have been conflated, sometimes, I fear, deliberately. This has confused the issue and has led to a very negative and ill-informed public debate. Of course, public opinion matters, but those in authority have the responsibility to explain. Inappropriate terminology has crept into this discourse and has influenced policy. For example, the term illegal refugees is used by many, even by those in authority, and as we know, under international law, this is a misnomer. The 1951 Refugee Convention is the cornerstone of international refugee protection regime, and we are party to this convention, and we have a duty to comply with its provisions. But the UNHCR said that our current asylum refugee policy undermines established international protection law and practices. They said that arrangements that seek to transfer refugees and asylum seekers to third countries in the absence of sufficient safeguards and standards simply shift asylum responsibilities, evade international obligations, and are contrary to the letter and the spirit of the Refugee Council. My Lords, a country which prides itself of promoting rule of law here and abroad and wants to influence international standards, this is a damning statement. The Nationality and Borders Act will create differential status for asylum seekers based on their mode of travel to the UK. It will divide people into genuine refugee and failed asylum seekers through creation of two-tier system. Furthermore, under the Act, asylum seekers now face the threat of criminal charges and a 4-year prison sentence for entering so-called illegally. This policy is not only contrary to the spirit and the letter of the Refugee Convention, it is estimated that this misguided measures will cost £2.7 billion. And in trying to justify the provisions of this Act, some have said that the 1959 Convention that the 1951 Convention is a Cold War relic with outdated definitions and not suitable for the types of challenges we face today. In my view, my Lords, the principles contained in the Convention provide a humane and compassionate framework which should remain the cornerstone of our asylum policy, as it was so eloquently stated by Lord Griffiths of Perryport, who talked earlier. It is deeply regrettable that our policy is now based on two guiding principles, that of deterrence and creating a hostile environment, consequences of which have been dire. What we need is a refugee protection system which provides safe and legal routes and treats refugees with compassion and humanity. This will be a better deterrence against smugglers than costly and ineffective surveillance at sea. While there are specific schemes for people from countries such as Ukraine, Hong Kong, and Afghanistan, for many others, no such routes exist. At present, asylum seekers must be present in the UK before applying for asylum. If no safe route is available, irregular entry is the only option, which, of course, the smugglers exploit. Unfortunately, in the recent years, the government has severely reduced the amount of people coming through global resettlement schemes and have relied on inconsistent and piecemeal approach and creating a hostile environment. And instead of expanding refugee settlement programs and dealing with the asylum backlog that has left over 100,000 people waiting for over 6 months, billions of pounds have been wasted on deterrence measures that do not work. Meanwhile, as we've heard, thousands of people are left in limbo, banned from working and living in dreadful, isolated accommodation. A more humane approach would be to open up targeted and limited legal asylum routes with a new humanitarian visa granting asylum seekers. My lords, the challenges of forced migration are unlikely to abate. They're likely to be exacerbated by climate change. It is estimated that by 250, 200 million people globally each year will require humanitarian assistance due to climate change. This underlines the importance of international cooperation to develop responses which are compassionate, humane, and preserve human dignity. Working with the United Nations and other multilateral institutions to find ways of dealing with this should be a priority. Having left the EU, Britain is no longer a party to Dublin III. Apart from France, no equivalent arrangement has been made either bilaterally or between the EU and the UK to date. In 2023, the Global Refugee Forum will be held in Geneva. These are opportunities to strengthen international cooperation to develop viable international responses to tackle the plight of refugee seekers. My lords, the current situation is untenable and a blot on our image as a country which has a proud history of welcoming refugees, and I do look forward to the noble Lord the Minister's response.
It's a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Prashar. We are not often afforded the opportunity to look at asylum policy forensically and dispassionately, so I thank my noble friend the Archbishop of Canterbury for choosing this debate. I congratulate those who have given their maiden speeches today. I note my registered interest as a trustee of Reset and a principal of RAMP. I begin with laying out clear principles that come from how ancient Israel was called to treat refugees. These are welcome, treat with dignity as fellow humans, support, enable self-support, and integration. It's no secret that we are not doing the mechanics of welcome through asylum processing well. The application's backlog means we are both unable to prioritise those in need or humanely return those not recognised as refugees. There were close to 140,000 unanswered applications in the system by the end of September. So men, women and children in limbo unable to rebuild their lives. This is not treating people with dignity. Chronic underinvestment in both people and systems at the Home Office has caused this. But there are workable solutions. Recruit more caseworkers, set up a dedicated case clearance unit that effectively triages. Currently, 35% of the backlog is applications from 5 countries with grant rates of over 85%, including countries with an acceptance level of 98%. Asylum law identifies safe countries, so there should be no barrier in prioritising those we know have credible asylum claims and urgently need our support. This would involve a cost, but if we were to allow asylum seekers to work after 6 months of waiting for a decision, enabling them to support themselves, then money would be recouped by the Exchequer. And what is the real cost, especially on children, dealing with past trauma while not knowing their future is safe? Current policy does not allow claim for asylum outside the UK, except for Ukrainians, Afghans and Hong Kong. Last week, the Minister confirmed, outside of the limited schemes available, the government does not propose to offer any more. Therefore, I ask, are we not pushing vulnerable people into perilous journeys if there is no safe way to travel? Under existing safe route schemes, there have been examples of success. The Ukraine scheme has seen us welcome very many. Could the Minister comment on suggestions that this safe route will be closed to new applicants in the near future? Equally, both ARAP and ACRS have seen significant numbers of Afghani arrivals. Could the Minister comment on the difficulties that remain for some hiding for their safety inside Afghanistan or apparently blocked in neighbouring countries? The government needs to commit to expanding resettlement routes, working with UNHCR and instigating humanitarian visas that people could apply for at embassies. Further, family reunion cannot continue to be neglected. Family reunion numbers have dropped by 36% from pre-pandemic levels. 90% of those who use this route are women and children. We must seek to maintain and restore family unity wherever possible. So could the Minister, in his response, affirm the government's commitment to family reunion as a safe route and drop the argument that this acts as a pull factor when the evidence is clear that it is not? Some this week have called for a complete reversal in immigration policy, but I would urge the government to realign the system with the outward-facing values we hold as a nation, with our rich history of giving sanctuary to those in need. Of course, we should ascertain whether individuals are in fact true refugees, but this needs to be done in accord with international agreements and the upholding of human rights. It is simply wrong to abdicate our moral and legal responsibility to consider a person's claim to asylum on their arrival in this country. Here is where they must be dealt with. I noted earlier there is much to be proud of from the routes for Afghans, Ukrainians and Hong Kong. Through these schemes we have established good practice. There is therefore now an opportunity to expand community sponsorship and develop a single refugee sponsorship scheme, one which is scalable, flexible and accessible to all refugees, so we don't reinvent it every time a new crisis arrives. I encourage the government to see this as an important element of its commitment to safe and legal routes, one which may move us towards an environment of hospitality rather than hostility. Will the Minister agree to meet with me and those working to design a proposed single refugee sponsorship scheme to explore this together? Two quick comments before I close. Lord Rowbottom, I will write to you as the lead bishop for education about worship in schools. Lord Lilly, ask one of us or others of these benches to show you examples of what is happening locally. We can all give you plenty of examples. When one sees the faces of those in need and listens to their voices, as the Archbishop called us to do, we learn that what ultimately pushes someone to escape tyranny while carrying immense grief is hope. We need an asylum system that provides sanctuary and gives the opportunity for people to rebuild hope. Jeremiah wrote, "I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." It will be political maturity and courageous, compassionate leadership, not hostility and defensiveness in policy, that can bring people hope.
My Lords, I'm always amazed by the simple fact that when I was born 83 years ago, at the beginning of the Second World War, there were 2 billion people in the world, and there are now 8 billion people, a factor increase fourfold. That's an explanation, if you need any other, of climate change. And if you add climate change to bad government, wars and extremism, it's actually surprising that forced migration is on the scale that it is, and frankly, likely to get worse. I have a family member who worked for Mary Stopes International, now known as MSI Reproductive Choices. She's working on bringing family planning help to women in developing countries, including West Africa. I always say to her that no one in the world is doing more practical help than you are. Obviously, the UK will want to make its contribution to helping with this problem. We always do help with these international problems and have an outstanding record. But we are a small country. We are a heavily populated country. And since the Blair government opened the floodgates, net migration has been at a very high level. We have been importing a city the size of Newcastle upon Tyne every year, pretty well, since the beginning of the century. In the last 12 months, it was 2 Newcastle upon Tyne, because the net migration figure was over 500,000. This has had massive consequences for housing and public services, particularly, as my noble friend Baroness Stoll, I thought in a very perceptive speech, pointed out, in the poorer parts of our country, where immigrants mainly go. The labour and trade union activist Paul Embry described in his book Despised the catastrophic effect on his hometown of Dagenham. There have been severe environmental consequences. The Times columnist Emma Duncan pointed this out recently in an article where the headline was, "Green space must trump migration." Then there is the threat to social cohesion, which is a product of Lancashire I know very well. All the while, public opinion, which is strongly against mass immigration, has been ignored, and if you ignore people's views in a democracy, you eventually get a raspberry. We got the raspberry. It was Brexit, and Brexit was partly caused by the weaponising of immigration. So how do we square this circle? How do we make a contribution to the international problem and yet cope with the serious downsides? My answer is the same as Lord Lilly's. Let's prioritise. I will give maximum priority to those in greatest need, and those in greatest needs are the genuine asylum seekers, the real refugees, properly defined. If you give priority to genuine refugees, it means less room for other migrants. I'm particularly appalled by the recruitment teams that go out from the UK to hire doctors, nurses and care workers for the National Health Service. The countries we hire them from need them far more than we do. I remember paying a visit as a part of a parliamentary delegation to Botswana, when the AIDS problem was at its height. I asked how they were dealing with the drugs, putting out the drugs necessary. They said we didn't have enough nurses. Why didn't they have enough nurses? Because they're all gone to the NHS, because they got more money there. That is the consequence of, in my view, immoral migration policy in that area. I'm an economist, but in my view, much the same arguments apply to economic migrants. I remember a Jamaican politician saying to me, how do you expect us to build a modern society when every year half our graduates disappear to the United States or to Europe? The CBI says it wants more immigrants to fill vacancies. This is ridiculous. I started out and ran a successful medium-sized business. Manpower planning is a major part of the job. You have to think ahead and train. The CBI should stop moaning and see this as an opportunity, and so should the government. So I would readily reduce the number of migrants of this kind, which are far larger in number, if you had you could then have an increase in the number of asylum seekers coming to this country and could widen the scope for those people. Finally, there is the question of illegal immigration across the Channel. The problem here is that those who criticise it never put forward any solution. Saying that we should have more legal routes is not a solution, because it leaves the traffickers in business, and while they are in business, people will take their chances. I listened carefully to the remarks of the noble prelate, the Archbishop, and also the Bishop of Durham on this point, and neither of them filled in this hole in their argument, I'm sorry to say. We have a new team in place, including my noble friend who sits on the front bench, who I welcome to his place. Their watchword, in my view, should be compassion and control. If they keep those two words in mind, they won't go far wrong.
My Lords, as we've heard this morning, from Ugandan Asians fleeing Idi Amin to French Huguenots fleeing persecution, Britain has a proud heritage of welcoming those in need to these shores. But tragically, refugee and asylum policy have now become one of our most divided and polarised debates. We urgently need a better and unifying story, a clear narrative about refugee and asylum policy as distinct from illegal migration, and a better and effective national refugee strategy. I'm delighted that it is the Most Reverend Primate who has called this debate today. It is the Judeo-Christian foundation of this nation that makes it the country that people fleeing war, intolerance and conflict want to come to. Principles of fairness, safety and dignity. Of course, there is no question that control and integration are also paramount. The government has a duty to its own people, and our failure over decades to properly control our borders has fueled the anxiety which underpins much asylum and refugee discourse. But it is not those in need who are driving this. According to the ONS, small boat crossings accounted for only 3.5% of the total immigration figures in 2022. To give a broader example of what is happening, 277,000 non-EU citizens arrived on long-term study visas, 151,000 people arrived for work, 89,000 Ukrainian visa scheme holders arrived, and over 100,000 BNO Hong Kongers arrived. Meanwhile, an estimated 35,000 people arrived by small boats, the majority of whom applied for asylum. If we want to reduce net migration numbers, asylum claims are the smallest of categories. But today's theme, though, is how we balance compassion with control, as my noble friend Lord Horan has just mentioned. So my argument is that there will be no constructive way forward until the government addresses three public priorities. The first, control of borders. The second, control of our asylum system. And the third, controlled, safe and legal routes. I begin with the control of our borders. This matters because narratives about the Calais border are often equated with headline migration numbers and wrongly tied into refugee policy. It also matters because by putting the numbers in context, it becomes clear that the catastrophizing rhetoric about the so-called crisis is overblown. We do need clarity in our language. One of the reasons why 56% of those polled say immigration is too high is because politicians and the media relentlessly use terms such as illegal migration and do not distinguish between illegal migration, economic migration, and those who have been trafficked or are seeking refuge or asylum. This, my lords, is disingenuous. When I explain the numbers I have just shared with the House, people are genuinely stunned, and they say they had no idea that the number of people claiming asylum here was so small in comparison with those that we're actually inviting to come here. But if we want to regain our borders, control of our borders, diplomacy with our European allies should be our first port of call. I am pleased that the Prime Minister has been seeking to deepen his collaboration with his French counterpart on this matter. It is the most likely way of genuine control being restored. While control of our borders needs diplomacy, retaining control of our asylum system is a matter of administrative competence. If application and decision rates stay the same as the last year, by June 2024, the backlog will be over 200,000 cases. The status quo is quite simply not sustainable. We must take immediate action to clear the backlog. I was pleased to see in the Times that the government is looking to fast-track claims from countries with a high grant rate, as well as fast-tracking those from safe countries where claims are very unlikely to be credible. If this policy were enacted, at a stroke, a considerable amount of the burden on the taxpayer would be lifted. We must also improve the processing of cases. While Britain made only 16,400 asylum decisions in the year to September 2022, France made nearly double that number of decisions between July and September alone. We can quite obviously do better with our decision-making. Much of this, though, will take time. But given we are in a time of labour shortages, it is a matter of pure common sense that people who are in the backlog should be granted the right to work. In fact, I profoundly agree with the Most Reverend Primate, not just granted the right to work, but expected to work. The arguments for this are fundamentally conservative, and I made them at some length during the passage of the Nationality and Borders Bill, so I won't go into them in depth here. But in short, we need their skills, and we don't need to be paying for their accommodation or supporting their incomes. They can do this themselves. Surely this, at the very least, should be addressed. As I come to conclude, I want to turn to the final area where we need to develop control in our asylum system: controlled, safe and legal routes for genuine asylum seekers. It seems extraordinary that whether you are a victim of the Yazidi genocide or of state oppression in Eritrea, there is no safe route to come here. I would suggest that if the Minister laid out controlled routes for people from Iran to Eritrea who genuinely need our support, he would find broad support in the House for getting a grip on the border and would significantly depolarise this divisive issue. My Lords, we need a British national refugee policy which is grounded in the best of British values, ranging from compassion to control. This is the only viable way forward. Thank you.
My Lords, it really is a privilege and a pleasure to follow Baroness Stroud, with whom I agree entirely. My Lords, there's been a lot of references to religion and Christianity this morning, I suppose not surprisingly, given that it's a debate in the name of the Archbishop of Canterbury. But I want to point out, for the avoidance of doubt, I am not a Christian, I am an atheist, and I come to these matters from the concept of what is happening to others could so easily be happening to me. And if I wouldn't want it to happen to me, how dare I allow it to happen to others? I also wish to commend the work that I see being done by all faiths and none, and I celebrate that work. I also wish to congratulate the three maiden speeches, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, my dear friend from the West Midlands, and my noble friend Lord Sahota, and of course Baroness Twycross. My Lords, at times of crisis and when countries and their systems are under increasing pressure, we have even more need to adhere to international standards and agreed human rights obligations, as so eloquently outlined by my noble friends Baroness Chakrabarty and Lord Griffiths of Berry Port. Indeed, my Lords, in times of crisis, we need certainty and need to abide by principles and standards that I believe define us as a civilized nation. How we treat those most in need defines us long after our actions. Therefore, my Lords, the demonisation, stereotyping, misrepresentation and the defamation of asylum seekers and migrants by the media, politicians and government ministers is, I believe, deeply reprehensible, serves no one and does nothing other than fuel hatred, despair and greater isolation. Only when we deal with the reasons why people flee their countries will we ever reduce the need for refuge. And until we can achieve resolution of these issues, we must meet our international obligations, indeed, I would say, our moral obligations. My Lords, the UK asylum system, as we have heard, is in an utter state of collapse. It is overwhelmed by backlogs which government policy has created. The impact is one of crisis. Thousands of people stuck for long and indefinite periods, frequently in conditions that are inadequate, unsanitary, overcrowded, and even unlawful, causing disease, distress, and, there is every indication to conclude, deaths. There are significantly more people now dying in this system, including babies. The last three Home Secretaries, discounting Grant Shapps, whose term of office lasted less than a week, have made crossing the Channel by small boat a focal point. During their respective terms, they have each contributed to the sense that these crossings constitute, my Lords, a national threat.
Priti Patel significantly cranked up rhetoric and policy that is hostile to people seeking asylum. The current Home Secretary has continued this, describing people seeking asylum as invaders, and did so barely 24 hours after a firebomb attack upon people seeking asylum detained in Dover. Shameful in the extreme. The express aim of such policy, my lords, is deterrence, and primarily expressed as deterrence of small boat crossings, but the real policy aim is the deterrence of seeking asylum. So we witness a dangerous cocktail of deterrence and the demonisation of asylum seekers. No good has come from this policy, and no good can come from it. We need safe, clear, obvious ways to seek asylum. No more confusion, no more ducking and diving, no more Home Secretaries using asylum seekers and desperate migrants as political capital to shore up their bid for power in the future. No more dangerous rhetoric aided and abetted by a right-wing printed media that fills me with shame. We urgently need the creation of real and accessible safe routes by which people, especially people with family and connections here, can seek asylum in the United Kingdom. And we need the government to respect international human rights and asylum law in the case of every person who exercises their right to seek asylum in this country. My lords, I wish to quote from a briefing from the Refugee and Migrant Children's Consortium. Over recent years, we have seen the government significantly erode the rights of children seeking asylum, not just by making the asylum system less accessible and more punitive, but by also excluding them from the child protection and welfare frameworks that should apply to all children in this country, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or immigration status. My lords, if such an appalling indictment does not shame this government and fill us all with a sense of shame, then I wonder what kind of country we have become. But let me finish on a positive note. A man who experienced the best of British decency when he arrived here under the Kinder transport. My noble friend, Lord Dubbs, reminded us that we must give hope.
My lords, I'm sorry to say 2 atheists in a row, a bit like 73 buses. I greatly like my noble friend, Lord Cashman would call him a friend, but I don't actually like following him in debate. The fact is he was trained to hold an audience, and I haven't been. But I do start with this story. On my maiden visit to Albania some 20 years ago, driving into Rwanda from the airport, I was struck by the number of high-grade, fast cars overtaking us all the time. And there they were, Maseratis, BMWs, Mercedes, Bentleys, Porsches. I pointed this out to asked my driver about it, and he said, well, there's one other thing you've got to notice about them. Just look at their number plates. And all of them were still bearing the number plates and other registration marks that they had borne on the streets of the European capital cities from which they had been stolen. Nobody had thought it necessary to change them. So powerful and established were the criminal gangs there that there was no need to hide that criminality. The fact is that Albania, as their ambassador told the Commons Select Committee, I think 2 days ago, is an obviously safe country. It isn't riven by civil war. It isn't suffering acutely from climate change and all the perils, fire, flood, drought, famine that go with that. It's just a lawless and ill-governed country. And the point is that if ever one could say that the great rush of people coming, the young, fit, Albanians coming here are economic migrants and should be, if we're to have any credibility at all in terms of controlling our borders, should be instantly removed. It's them, of course, you treat them with respect, with compassion, you don't discriminate, but you look realistically at the problem. And the one reason I tell that story, above all, is this. They are crossing the channel, putting their lives at risk because they're hoping to improve their lives. How much more may one expect those who genuinely have some poor persecution to flee from? How much more likely are they to do so? And that makes the point that my noble friend Lord Carlisle made. The policies that this government adopts to deter people from crossing the channel don't work, can't work, won't work. Of course, the Lord Archbishop was right in saying that people trafficking has got to be confronted on an international basis in everything possible. One would have hoped for intelligence-led attacks on the ease with which still apparently boats sail from France and Belgium. But meantime, recognizing policies don't work, that is surely a compelling reason, as so many have argued, to relax this absurd 12-month ban on employment. They should work. There's no point, it doesn't deter them to have the ban, and that's the only reason that anybody has ever suggested why you had it in the first place. Outsourcing of our responsibilities. Well, now I have to say, a more nuanced, a less censorious view than most of your lordships, and certainly the spiritual benches in the House. It's, I think, a difficult point. Even if the Rwandan threat of those arriving from the Channel crossings doesn't deter, it doesn't follow that we shouldn't be making arrangements such as is proposed here. And I don't know where I've read, and I would hope and imagine that certainly the bishops' benches have read the 3 Oxford professorial papers that have been written about all this, circularized under the aegis of policy exchange. And it's a much more difficult problem than it's so tempting and easy just to stand on one's moral high horse and say, it's obviously wrong, the responsibility is ours and we can't shift it. Assuming it's legal, and of course we still await the outcome of that, but if it's legal, well then it seems to me it's a much deeper and more difficult argument than has hitherto been recognized. And the other point made in these professorial papers is it's all very well saying we must have safe routes. We're not alone in not having safe routes. They don't have safe routes for the general run of aspiring asylum seekers or economic migrants in Canada and America or indeed most other countries because they would be swamped. We need, and the Archbishop's plainly right, and there's a new refugee convention to meet the acute problems which are, as everybody recognizes, going to get ever more acute with climate change. Migration is going to be impelled, and where we think we've got a problem now, but you ain't seen nothing yet.
My Lords, I'd like to thank the Most Reverend Prelate for encouraging us to consider the question of asylum from a moral position. But I must warn those who've made such interesting maiden speeches, and I warmly welcome them, that debates in this House aren't always so erudite or ethical. On this issue, one concern, regularly when we discuss this topic, we're urged to deploy our moral sentiments in terms of feeling compassion for refugees. But might it be emotionally manipulative to suggest that policy should be decided by such one-sided emotional concerns? There are millions and millions of people who could have their lives enhanced if they lived in the UK. And when I watch the news and see the plights of those around the world suffering, I'm tearful. I want to do something desperately. But as the Archbishop himself admits, we cannot take all the world's suffering as refugees here. We have to prioritise. That doesn't make us immoral. I therefore feel uncomfortable when some accuse those who raise concerns about the numbers arriving in small boats as lacking a disposition of generosity or not caring. Isn't that demonising and dehumanising language too? Let's not pretend that this is an easy moral question. For all the moral righteousness expressed here today, can I ask, what is the moral difference between a man fleeing a war-torn country, considered legal, versus a man fleeing grinding poverty, which isn't? I think this highlights a moral problem thrown up by the asylum system. It treats the cause of someone fleeing a country as the basis for creating deserving and undeserving migrants. And it implies somehow a refugee is a worthy victim, worthy of our generosity, unlike economic migrants. I'm not sure the fashion for emphasising Jesus as a refugee helps, if I'm honest. It feels a bit of a cheap shot. I mean, didn't Christ allegedly die for us all? But this sanctifying narrative and the present system definitely incentivises anyone arriving to follow the script to claim they're refugees. But as Baroness Chakrabarti so well explained, people arrive without papers, without letters from a tyrant as evidence or what have you. There is a problem, and which is the system's open to abuse. If the host authorities say they will give asylum to Syrians, inevitably claimants from the Middle East will claim to be Syrians. If the rules say asylum will be given to under 18s, understandably young-looking 20-somethings will claim to be younger. In 2016, it was the Church of England clerics who warned about fake conversions from Islam to Christianity. In Nick Timothy's major report that was published this week, he notes that modern slavery laws are being abused. It's now standard advice to especially those coming from Albania to claim they're victims of trafficking. Noting those truths is not about blame. I don't blame people for trying their luck. They want a better life. No accusations of scroungers or invaders from me. But it's just simply disingenuous to suggest that the objectivity of the law is not being strained when determining asylum status is so difficult. And I'm especially worried when we gaslight the British public, who feel that some are gaming the system, and they're right to think that. And they also believe that no matter how many times they vote for control of our borders, they're being ignored at the expense of asylum seekers. When most people consider the original 1951 Convention for Refugees, the spectre of those flying the Holocaust death camps informed the spirit of never again, as many Jewish refugees were shamefully turned away. And British citizens understand that, and they understand those fleeing the bombs and terror of Putin's barbaric war in Ukraine, or there are obligations to those escaping the Taliban in Afghanistan and so on. And they are more than welcoming. But they are also, understandably, upset about the 40,000 crossing the Channel currently, who they know are not fleeing from the terror of the Nazis or the Taliban, but leaving peaceful France. And they are right as well to ask British politicians about their priorities. Did my lords see the film of the public meeting in Skegness recently called by the mayor in response to the local seaside hotels? Yes, there was a lot of hostility in that meeting, but that wasn't aimed at refugees, but at the local MP, and a frustration at a system where, without consultation, asylum seekers in their midst were being given free accommodation and utilities and 3 meals a day, while local people faced the desperate times and the brutal reality of austerity. Homelessness is on the rise in the town, and the interviews with the ex-veterans sleeping rough in Skegness also deserve our compassion and were heartbreaking. Of course, refugees aren't living in 5-star hotels, I'm not suggesting that, but can we also empathise with the citizens who can't get to see a GP or get into A&E or get medical treatment for chronic pain when they're told that medical services are being made available to refugees in local hotels? Dismissing the plight and aspirations of our own citizens, so well articulated, I thought, by the noble Baroness Stroud, Stowell and Stroud, actually, is just as divisive and mean-spirited as using the language of invasion. This issue requires that we deploy a full range of moral principles. Our duties stretch beyond compassion for migrants. If we flaunt the democratic duty to uphold the integrity of national borders and treat the social cohesion of settled communities as a distasteful, inconvenient obstacle, we do indeed risk a backlash against all refugees and migration schemes, which would be terrible. In my view, we need a complete overhaul of the laws on the issue. At present, who is in control? Dr. Michael Nazir Ali, the former Bishop of Rochester, in his foreword to the recent pamphlet 3 Essays on the Morality of Asylum, wrote, "If people smugglers can simply nullify debated legislation and policy by landing people in small craft on the beaches in Kent, this cannot indefinitely be acceptable in a democratic, law-respecting nation." So I think Nick Timothy is right that if human rights laws or the 1951 Refugee Convention prevent us from democratically deciding our priorities, we must be prepared to leave both if necessary. Those who disagree, who think that there should be more refugees, should argue for that democratically and push that up the next election's list of things to be debated. But
She rather exceeded her time.
My Lords, I begin by declaring my interest as a member of your Lordship's Justice and Home Affairs Committee. I'd like to begin by thanking the Most Reverend Primate, who once again brings before us today a subject that allows us to rise above the topicality of daily politics and properly focus and think about an important policy area. My Lords, it was 6 years ago that I made my maiden speech in your Lordship's House in another of the Most Reverend Primate's debate, that time on British values. And if I may, I'd like to quote from the Lord Archbishop's opening remarks. He said, "In short, we need a more beautiful and better common narrative that shapes and inspires us with a common purpose, a vaulting national ambition, not a sense of division and antagonism, both domestically and internationally. We need a narrative that speaks to the world of bright hope and not mere optimism, let alone simple self-interest." In the area of migration, my Lords, it seems to me that we have reached a place wherein lots of competing values and aspirations are clashing and failing to provide the necessary framework that can command consensus and that common purpose that the Most Reverend Primate so eloquently described in that debate. Only last week we witnessed outrage in many quarters about the number of migrants who have entered the UK this year, forgetting the enormous public support there was, quite rightly, for the Afghan, Ukrainian and Hong Kong humanitarian resettlement schemes. However, with figures of net migration juxtaposed and conflated with images of small boats, it will be the case, as Lady Still referred to, where a poll earlier this week showed only 9% of people thought that immigration currently in the UK was just right. All too often the debate seems characterised in a way that consensus and a settled position may never be reached. I have yet to meet anyone, and the Most Reverend Primate referred to this, who doesn't think there should be controlled migration. Yes, of course, government policy should be considered and will always be challenged in your Lordship's House. But if the government can be expected to control migration and thereafter allow more humanitarian channels, then it will have to act to defeat the evil of people smuggling, and I'm glad to say that's a priority of the Prime Minister. In this regard, I tend to agree with the recent policy exchange paper, which Noble Lords have already referred to, on controlled immigration published this week. We must be realistic, my Lords, that the extra humanitarian routes many of us want will only gain popular and then political consent when the small boats issue and the evil gangs have been confronted. Consensus on migration issues requires leadership. If there are three principal buckets of migration that the UK wishes to fulfil, humanitarian, economic and educational, each must be properly defined and promoted to the people of this country. In each of these areas, my Lords, a consensus of support can be built. It has been done before. However, this is going to require significant improvements in the systems deployed to control immigration, as well as assurance that the UK is proactively seeking to improve its humanitarian and asylum offer. Humanitarian needs are only going to increase. The UNHCR has identified that 1.5 million will require asylum or resettlement in the coming year. Undoubtedly, something that leads to a lack of public consensus is the very slow processing rate of asylum claims by the Home Office that a number of noble lords have referred to. I hope my noble friend the Minister will be able to give your Lordships reassurance in his winding up speech that there is going to be the kind of human and creative investment in the Home Office system to ensure asylum claimants are given as quick a decision as possible. The tiny numbers of asylum decisions presently only cause further distress for those escaping from horrific tragedy, but B, means that others see the UK as a place where a very slow process will allow leave to remain for a long period of time. As well as being efficient, such a system must also be humanitarian. I happen to believe that the United Kingdom does have a proud history of humanitarian action, but almost always, my lords, at a point where it's just a little too late, and this was something Lady Chakrabarti referred to. We must move away from a situation where legal resettlement schemes are reliant on media reports to gain public traction to in turn ensure political support for legal resettlement. We have one of the best diplomatic networks in the world, my lords. Surely we should have proactive resettlement plans that do not require horrific humanitarian circumstances before we allow a regular legal route to the UK. Yes, my lords, we will disagree in the numbers, but it is clear that the schemes we currently introduce do not allow an organic ability to react to humanitarian crisis from outside of specific countries. Will my noble friend the Minister outline what work His Majesty's Government is doing with UNHCR to identify regular resettlement routes from areas of the world like sub-Saharan Africa? Unless we allow such a mechanism, then can we be surprised about the large numbers who end up on the north coast of Africa and then onwards to the Channel? In conclusion, my lords, it's with deep regret I feel we currently do not seem to have the clear consensus and values-based migration strategy that we would want and that should then shape policy. This is the worst of all worlds, and I hope that my noble friend the Minister will be able to reassure us that this new Conservative administration is determined to provide the leadership the country needs, both in managing migration but also offering the humanitarian leadership we would all desire.
My Lords, the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, made a very powerful speech, on which I congratulate him. He reminded us of our duty to receive, indeed welcome, refugees. That, as many noble lords have remarked, cannot be challenged. The challenge, my lords, is to distinguish between those who are genuine refugees and those who are economic migrants. And it's not an easy thing to do. My lords, the present situation in the Channel is extremely damaging to the reputation of the government, to the rule of law, to community relations, and perhaps even to confidence in our political system as a whole. That said, a major incentive for these arrivals is that they are now very unlikely to be sent home. Most of those whose claims fail will join the illegal population of the UK, which runs into at least 1 million, or more even, and it might well include, of course, some of their relatives. As a matter of fact, 15% of cross-channel arrivals in 2019 had already made a claim elsewhere. 70% are aged men aged between 18 and 39, and 98% have no passport. Why? Because they've destroyed it, to make it more difficult to decide their case. And of course, 100% are coming from a safe country. My lords, this cannot be allowed to continue. It really cannot. And we must find a way forward within the framework of ethics that the noble Archbishop mentioned. My lords, suggestions from the asylum lobby, if I may call them that we should establish safe and legal routes, may be useful as sound bites, but they are simply unrealistic. Applications would have to be made in some third country at an application centre presumably run by the British government. surely it's absolutely clear that such a facility would be immediately overwhelmed by applications. And any host government would see this immediately. And they would see that they would be left holding the baby, responsible for the people we had rejected, and they're just not going to go down that route, and of course none of them have. Meanwhile, our government, of course, are in real difficulty. Nearly 60% of the public think that they have lost control of our borders, and there's something in that. 84% think that they are handling immigration badly. Yet much of the national conversation, including, if I may say so, this debate, simply does not reflect the reality of public opinion on this issue. And here I commend the courageous speech by Baroness Stowell at the outset of this debate, and later the remarks of the noble Lord Horan. My lords, the fundamental issue is that the authority of our government is being blatantly undermined. The government is tied up in knots by the current framework of law, so it's time perhaps that that whole framework was re-examined. The 1951 Refugee Convention, so often referred to and widely applauded, but it's seldom realised that it applies only to events in Europe and only to those that preceded 1951. It wasn't until 1966 that the UN protocol widened its application to the whole world without time limit or geographical restriction, and with very, very little public discussion at the time. And in the ensuing half century, conditions have changed enormously throughout the world, and so too has the legal framework. It's possible now for cases to include the fate of women in some countries, of gay people in others, of persecution by factions who are not the government, and by degrading treatment in some circumstances. So it's important to note at this point that both the Refugee Convention and the UN Protocol provide for signatories to withdraw at 12 months' notice. We need, therefore, I suggest, my lords, to give serious consideration as to whether this legal framework is still appropriate. There may be cries of horror at any such suggestion, but we must recognise that a continuation of the present chaos will be very harmful to those who themselves need asylum. We should therefore consider establishing a mechanism, perhaps a royal commission or something of that kind, to examine all options. And my noble friend Lord Brown-Beaton Haywood touched on that possibility, and so did Baroness Fox. The overall aim would be to ensure that the system continues to be supported by the wider public and is not overwhelmed by the huge number of claims, some of which are unlikely to be successful. To conclude, my lords, I'd like to say a word of welcome to the very wide-ranging report on asylum published this week by the Centre for Policy Studies. In her foreword to that report, the Home Secretary wrote, "The British public are fair-minded, tolerant and generous in spirit, but they're fed up with the continuing flouting of our laws and immigration rules so as to game the asylum system." My lords, exactly so.
My lords, it is genuinely a pleasure to follow the noble lord, because I've always listened to him, never agreed with him, but he studies the problem very thoroughly, and I like that. So I do respect what he has said, and in some cases I want to follow him. Now, I'm not a Christian. I'm not only an atheist, it's much worse, I'm an economist. The question I want to ask is, who gains from this policy we have? We are definitely losing. There's no doubt. Everybody knows that as a country, UK is losing reputation and is losing money. Okay? And who gains? The gangsters. Right? Now, as an economist, I ask myself this question. there's clearly profit to be made in smuggling people here. Why? Because there is a demand for coming to UK. And people are willing to pay a hefty price for what the gangsters charge. Why can't we have that money? Why don't we say, okay, come to us, no problems, we may not accommodate you, but we will not throw you out yet. And we will give you a temporary 1 year or 2 year pass. Give the money, the £2,000 that you spend, to us, don't give it to the gangsters. Okay? I say that because it's quite clear that the legal routes which people use for coming here are so porous that people have figured out how to game the law. So the law is clearly inadequate, and we may appoint a royal commission to find out whether we can improve on the law, but certainly the law is actually not working. People who genuinely want to come here for economic reasons, and I welcome them, I think they are the only genuine people who want to come here, obviously pretend that they are asylum seekers, that they are refugees, that they are stateless or they're being persecuted. And so the law being such that we have to actually then have hearings whether they're right or not. They've obviously lost their passport because they're not stupid. They know how to game the system. Okay? Now, we are being gamed. We are being gamed by people who are perfectly capable of paying money to come here. They're paying money to the crooks. And we are losing money ourselves because we have to spend a lot of money accommodating these people. And as in some cases people say, it takes months and years. And again, as the Right Reverend Prelate said, we don't allow them to work, and we should. Why are we losing money each week by our inefficiency in not being able to solve that problem? And the solution is very simple. They're going to stay here anyway, illegally. So why not we allow them to stay legally and get the money ourselves? I'm sort of, I've always wondered, I think there is a kind of a perverse reputation to be made in politics, I'm sorry to say. I hope I'm wrong, but there's a political career to be made by being hostile. These are immigrants, they're illegal and they're dirty and they're just people. They're people who actually have figured out that staying in the UK is a better bet than staying anywhere else. We should be flattered. And we find out, okay, you want to come here, but pay a price for that, because you're going to benefit from it, and you're going to cost us something, so we want you to use it. So I think, in a sense, what we need to do, as many people have said, rethink this whole question of immigration. First of all, I think we ought to clear up our statistics, because everybody talks about so many crossings and so on. Bulk of the people who come here come legally, come regularly, and there is no problem. The headlines are about these boat people, and I think we really ought to seriously compete with the gangsters and offer ourselves the facility. You may set up an office in Calais or Tirana or wherever, but just say to people, there's no problem, you just come. Come in a boat, come in. We will run the boats ourselves. We will nationalize the gangsters' business. But I think we should stop being absurd about this. And some clarity about not worrying about the reputation, about the right-wing press or whatever it is, and say, who gains from what we do? We're not controlling our borders. We're just losing money. We're losing a reputation, and we are being made to look like fools. Stop being foolish. Stop losing money. Stop losing reputation, and play the game better than they can play.
My Lords, the quality and quantity of contributions to this debate shows how much the House is grateful to the Archbishop for choosing this subject and for introducing our debate so inspiringly. I thank him. I think it was in Sebastian Haffner's wonderful memoir, Defying Hitler, that I read the story of the South London Germans rounded up, mainly Jewish, in 1939, taken to the Crystal Palace football ground en route to internment on the Isle of Man. Haffner, being a German, was used to German efficiency and was surprised when the transport failed to turn up, and even more surprised when the loudspeaker politely invited all those sitting on the pitch to go home and come back tomorrow, please. A nice story with the incompetence taking the edge off the cruelty. Alas, it doesn't seem to work that way now. The incompetence of our asylum system compounds its cruelty. Just as the 1939 roundup of those who particularly wanted to resist Hitler was a bit perverse, so in today's economic circumstances, it's very perverse to spend $1.5 million a day not allowing able-bodied asylum seekers to take a job. And the Isle of Man was no Rwanda, and the fear of invasion then was well-founded, whereas rhetoric about invasion now is totally unjustified. We get 8 asylum applications a year for every 100,000 of us. The French get more than twice as many, the Germans 3 times as many, a point the Archbishop made rightly. I believe that the effects of the Home Office practice are a stain on our society, but giving the benefit of the doubt, I don't believe that's deliberate. I think it's the unintended consequence of inefficiency. Consider the facts. In the year to September, there were 86,000 new applications for asylum, including 5,000 from unaccompanied children. Only 16,000 of the 86,000 were decided. So the queue of those waiting for an initial decision grew to 143,000. In the year to October, over 3,000 children were housed in unsuitable hotel accommodation. Currently, over 200 of them, placed in hotels, are known to have gone missing. That's shocking. It shames us. And it gets worse. The Refugee Council, where I used to be a trustee, tell us that of the 140,000 now waiting for their cases to be considered, 98,000 have waited for over 6 months, 41,000 between 1 and 3 years, and an astonishing 10,000, including over 150 children, have been waiting for over 5 years. That's longer than internment to the Isle of Man. It's shocking and it shames us. Remember that we're not talking about appealing an initial decision. These numbers are just those waiting, hoping that one day the government will get round to looking at their claim. Remember too that 77% of claims are found valid and accepted, plus over 50% of those that go to appeal. So in the main, we're not talking about fraudsters and chancers. More than 9 out of 10 of those in the queue will in the end be found to have a valid case, a genuine and well-founded fear of persecution. They've fled oppression, violence, war or famine, and I have to tell the noble Lord, Lord Lanley, that the reason they've come here is because they speak our language. They've got family here, or they've heard, alas, it seems not always the case, that we are still a friendly, hospitable people. Actually, I believe that we are, but that we'll be let down by a system which isn't deliberately callous. The Home Office know that the delays have no deterrent effect, but it's callous in effect because of inefficiency. But that means the problem is fixable, and indeed it's relatively easy to see what we need to do. I have 2 questions for the Minister. First, when will the government implement the recommendations on asylum casework made over a year ago by the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration. Why not streamline the system? And second, isn't it time to set up a dedicated task force to clear the backlog, prioritising the most vulnerable and those who've waited longest? It really isn't rocket science. If given a clear ministerial instruction, the admirable Permanent Secretary at the Home Office could reallocate the resources tomorrow. Yes, we should also shut down the scandal of small boat channel crossings, and that too is soluble. People wouldn't risk their lives if they had the option of a safe official route. At present, if you are from Ukraine, unless you're from Ukraine, Afghanistan, or a UNHCR camp in Syria, there is no safe route, as the Archbishop pointed out. You can only ask for asylum when you get here, and we won't give you a visa to come here if it's asylum you seek. Catch 22. Why not a humanitarian visa? Why not process applications in France, as the French keep suggesting? But getting back to our values means tackling the backlog. I repeat that I believe it springs from inertia, not malign intent, but sins of omission are sometimes the worst. These problems are all soluble. Let's solve them. And, as so many in this debate have said, while the people wait in the queue, let's allow them to work. It would be good for them, for the exchequer, for the economy, and for our consciences.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the Most Reverend Primate for this debate, which follows neatly from last year's Archbishop's debate, which was on freedom of speech. We had a terrible period in the last decade of repression of freedom of speech on this issue. You couldn't talk about immigration or asylum as it was synonymous with being racist. For the overwhelming majority, of course it wasn't. It was more to do with pressure on school places, GPs' appointments pre-pandemic, housing and depressed wages, affecting ordinary working folk at that time who are and were then affected much more so by these issues than the middle classes. I wholeheartedly welcome the recognition of this by the Most Reverend Primate, which is a change of position in the leadership of the Church of England, who sadly, in the run-up to the 2016 referendum, did not champion these communities, barring, of course, some comments from the Bishop of Burnley. I count myself in the only blessed by migration category. I glanced at my Christmas gift spreadsheet. British Nigerians, British Trinidadians, British Singapore Chinese and Hong Kong Chinese, British Eritrean and Syrian. The latter two families have educated me on the issues of asylum, and I'm very grateful. But I hope briefly to make just some ordinary people points. It is unclear to the ordinary person why thousands of Albanians are claiming asylum in the UK. Despite the noble Lady Hamwee's comments, what are they fleeing? It may be just a communication issue, but it needs addressing, as do the fears that the landmark modern slavery legislation is being misused. As His Majesty's loyal opposition, as of yesterday, has joined His Majesty's government in saying you should fast-track claims where a claim is manifestly unfounded, could my noble friend the Minister please confirm that the only matter therefore left in dispute is whether you designate a whole country for such consideration and still comply with the 1951 Convention? I do hope that the Most Reverend Primate is right that we can introduce something akin to striking out a claim as happens in the civil courts where there's no reasonable prospect of a claim. But I would be interested to know if the Most Reverend Primate and my noble friend has any view on what appeal rights would or would not be appropriate. Laudable aims could be strangled by necessary judicial procedures. As a lawyer, my lords, I enjoyed reading the UNHCR document, Legal Considerations Regarding Claims for International Protection Made in the Context of the Adverse Effects of Climate Change and Disasters. But it's hard to understand why, if your territory disappears, literally as what could happen to the Maldives or Pacific Island states, you're not automatically a refugee. Convoluted arguments like this one. You're the victim of a flood caused by climate change, but you're also part of a religious group that was not given aid by your government, so you had to flee the borders and you needed refuge. This will take up valuable time and money when these kind of claims reach our tribunals. Is it not time, my lords, to consider a separate convention in addition to the Refugee Convention on the issue of refugees due to climate change, rather than straining the interpretation of the 1951 treaty? I would be interested in my noble friend's view on this, but I would also caution the noble and learned Lord Brown and the Most Reverend Primate on reopening the treaty itself, unless you can guarantee the same post-Second World War consensus on this, which I very much doubt. Turning, my lords, though, to Ukraine. We are rightly proud of our response to this crisis. I think it's over 125,000 people are here. They're not refugees, that's that fudgy legal distinction like the Hong Kong migration. Under, though, the Ukraine family scheme, there was a very broad definition of family members who could join you if you were already in the UK and qualified. Niece, nephew, cousin, mother-in-law, father-in-law, even grandparent-in-law and brother and sister-in-law. But on this issue, I would like my noble friend's assurance that the Home Office is proactive and meets with FCDO around the areas of geographical instability. My lords, I think I'm correct in saying that mercifully there have only been sporadic conflicts in nations where British citizens have heritage, recent conflict in Ethiopia and Eritrea. But that might change in February of next year. We all hope and pray, and I'm sure the Most Reverend Primate is praying for successful Nigerian elections. And we hope that the nation holds together. But there are serious concerns. The Yoruba tribe of the West have already petitioned the United Nations to supervise a referendum to split. And it's said that the Igbo of the 1960s Biafran East Separatist War look to do the same. Rarely are those kind of matters settled peacefully. This, my lords, is a nation conservatively estimated of 250 million people, many with family here in the UK. Those British citizens with Nigerian heritage might rightly expect the same generous definition of family ties in Nigeria as the Ukrainian scheme. Please could my noble friend assure me that the Home Office is considering policy for this kind of eventuality, thinking through the eventualities to ensure that our policy, should the worst happen, is racially just. Finally, on reading many of the reports for this debate, I am concerned that we are repeating the mistakes of the past, and I note the comments made by the noble Lady Stoll. Whilst residents in the UK, especially ordinary working people, are not fleeing for their lives, they are deeply affected by these issues. As I say, more than most of us here in your Lordship's house, of course. If we forget again ordinary working folk, I fear that we will not build a home together as the late Lord Sachs so wisely advised us to do, and we may not have a referendum on the issue as a necessary release valve.
My lords, the end is nigh. And possibly for lunch, but not for all refugees. May I start with the remarks of the unfortunate remarks of the senior lady in waiting last week. She was asking a visitor, who are you and where are you from? And perhaps the questions were not entirely innocent. We all, I think, have a tendency to inquire about other people as a sort of defense against the unknown. And the other person may read the defense as a form of attack or even racism. But my lords, it is not racism, it is ignorance and fear. It can happen to any of us. We just have to try harder to get to know each other. Our upbringing and training surely demand it. And the Church, as Lord Lilly said, calls it, who is my neighbour? And it's a perennial question. The answer is, of course, everyone, including those tens of millions of migrants and asylum seekers, who at times seem to be coming towards us. We have a reputation for welcoming refugees, as has been said, and recently we have gratefully received compliments from refugees about this country. There are many reasons why people want to come. Albanians seem to be the most self-assured, even they may not have those smart number plates anymore. They have no real reason to leave Albania except that they can earn so much more.
Exactly.
In the UK. Can we blame them? This is where I'm very tempted by Lord Desai's suggestion. The numbers have recently felt overwhelming. We must accept that. We need to congratulate the government on some of the resettlement schemes which have at least secured more orderly arrivals. The HCR Syrian scheme, but only after much pressing from Lord Dobbs and others in the House, has had some success. The Ukrainian scheme is not really equivalent, but it's undoubtedly worked well until now. But the scale of the Afghan exodus
last year. It took everyone by surprise, certainly the government. Nobody could say that was a satisfactory operation. But there were some remarkable rescue stories, including Lady Kennedy's evacuation of women judges. Today, there are many women in hiding from the Taliban who would or should qualify for resettlement. So may I ask the Minister what is happening to these resettlement schemes? Why are they falling short? But at the other end of the scale, there are many asylum seekers outside these schemes, especially those living on charity or detained indefinitely awaiting removal. And in many cases, these are from war-torn countries like Sudan and Somalia, on the margin of the Convention, fleeing drought and poverty as well as persecution. They struggle to claim asylum, having very few documents, not always for the reasons just given, and little evidence of their past life and treatment. Lord Dubbs described the amazing work of the charities who toil to make people's lives more credible, tolerable. These are church members, they're lawyers, experts in torture, NGOs, campaigners of every kind, who condemn the treatment that's being meted out to these refugees. The waiting lists for courts are lengthening just as they are in hospitals. Almost 1/5 of those claiming asylum are children under 18, including many who are wrongly treated as adults. And Lord Cashman and others have mentioned that. The Helen Bamber Foundation, a very respected body, concerned that too many young children kept for long periods in hotels without proper care. Home Office sometimes appears to be seizing up. Every peer has admitted this, unable to cope with numbers, lacking the necessary skills. Under successive government, it's been called a shambles. So, it is a national crisis. Isn't it time for more cooperation between the political parties? And I'm also concerned that funding is being diverted from the aid programme, but that's another subject. I hope the Minister will respond to the practical suggestions that UNHCR itself put forward last February 21 to improve registration and screening, avoid where possible the unpleasant side of forced removal and inadequate protection. Why are they not making more use of schemes which are still behind pre-pandemic levels? So is the answer to deter or restrict refugees? Possibly, but that hasn't worked either. We've talked about real and accessible, safe routes, but I don't think even Amnesty is right about that. What are the alternatives? Can the Minister present some? There are some utterly wicked traffickers, as we've heard. But returning to the Church, I do sincerely thank the Most Reverend Primate for inviting us to hear his very cogent pre-Christmas reflections. We've also heard 3 splendid maidens, and we've heard some personal experiences of peers, and I especially commend, in her absence, Lady Nicholson, talking about the Yazidis, very movingly. The Archbishop may think, as I do, that the Anglicans could further improve our rather dismal attitude to strangers. Diversity is now the cover word, but I won't go into all that. Perhaps the Church could do more to include other religions in prayers in this house, for example. We need to do more work on our own church services. Some of us are still singing old lines like, "Lands of the East arise, he is your brightest morn," or worse than that, "O heathen lands afar, thick darkness broodeth yet."
The noble lord could bring his comments to a close. You have exceeded the sleeping time.
I am grateful for the whips for allowing me to speak, or both parties for allowing me to speak in the gap. And I have to first of all start by thanking the Most Reverend Prelate for opening this debate on this particular issue, and also congratulate the Noble Baroness Twyford and the Noble Lord Sahota on their maiden speeches. I have to apologise to the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, that I missed his maiden speech. The irony was I popped out for it was time to pray. So I'm sure that irony is not lost on him. I'd also like to thank my noble friend, the Baroness Berridge, for mentioning the Bishop of Burnley. The Bishop of Burnley and I were best friends at school, and when we were in detention 40-odd years ago, little did we think that one of us would end up a bishop in the Church of England and the other would end up a member of the House of Lords. Not really a great incentive for school children to behave well. Now, on this particular issue, the reason I rise, as an academic and as someone who was head of research at a think tank, how would I write about this issue? Because there are lots of challenges. As the son of an immigrant who actually came on 2 big boats, one from Guyana to Trinidad, and then one from Trinidad to the UK in the early 1950s, of course my heart says we should let everyone in. We should be open to the whole world. But my head says we can't let everyone in. And the difficulty here is, where do we draw the line? And this has troubled me for some time. Where do we draw the line? We draw a line all very differently, and this has been a struggle to try and write where we draw the line. And so I really think, first of all, we have to look at the 2 issues, those seeking asylum and those seeking to come here on immigration. And on asylum, of course, we have to open our hearts to people who are suffering terribly in the rest of the world. But we also have to ask some questions. How do we differentiate between genuine asylum seekers and process them as quickly as possible to get them into British society and to contribute in a positive way? But those who fail, how do we make sure we have tough love with them and we send them away in the most humanitarian and appropriate way possible, despite people campaigning perhaps for them to stay? But also we have to think about sometimes the cause of these people wanting to come to this country. And we have to think, do we have a moral responsibility in some of our foreign adventures, which has led to refugees from some of these countries? And as part of that, do we have some moral responsibility to bear, even if we can't let them all in? And how do we speed up processing? And I want to thank my noble friend, the Minister, for answering my written questions on government plans to speed up processing. And I hope my noble friend will share some of those thoughts there. And how do we make sure we return people as quickly as possible? Now, on the other part of immigration, those who want to come and make a better life in this country, as my parents did, I am pleased now that we seem to have a fairer system that we've left the EU, that we no longer give priority to mostly white Europeans over mostly non-white non-Europeans, and we treat everyone equally. But can we have a point system that is dynamic, that we identify the skills gaps in this country, and we are quite clear and transparent with people, these are the skills we are looking for, and encourage them to come? And can we perhaps use technology and AI, for example, to scan vacancy boards and to give those vacancies higher points so people can come here? I also agree that we should look at legal routes of migration outside this country, but what are the unintended consequences of that? Can we change our language so we actually are welcoming and we understand why people come and not treat everyone as invaders? Can we work internationally? Can we find those clear rules? Can we have a dynamic point system? Can we have a system of compassion? But can we be quite clear that those who want to come here and work, and we have those gaps, we will welcome them. And those who are fleeing and genuine fleeing, we will help you as much as we can in conjunction with international partners, in conjunction with civil society, and in conjunction with international organisations. And let's hope that the government, whichever government and future governments, can come up with a more compassionate policy so that most of us can share it. Thank you.
So this has been an excellent, very important and timely debate on the eve, as the Noble Baroness Lady Chakrabarti pointed out, of Human Rights Day. From these benches, we very much welcome this vital opportunity to reflect upon the impact of government asylum policy. The Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, is to be greatly congratulated on instigating this debate, and the number of speakers shows the volume of interest in the topic and is a tribute to him. The Most Reverend Primate said, among many other things, quote, "A compassionate asylum system does not mean open borders, but a disposition of generosity and a readiness to welcome those whose need is genuine and which we are able to meet. It is one that has confidence to reject the shrill narratives that all who come to us for help should be treated as liars, scroungers, and less than fully human." I agree very strongly with those words, and indeed his whole speech. and with his view and that of the bishops collectively that the government's policy on shipping asylum seekers to Rwanda is, quote, an immoral policy that shames Britain. The only thing I'm not persuaded about, I think rather like the noble Baroness Lady Berridge, is the wisdom of opening up the Refugee Convention for amendment. Even if I accept the point about new causes like climate change, I fear that revising the Refugee Convention could be a Pandora's box inviting backsliding, and I think the words of the noble Lord Green put me on notice about that. I would also comment that trafficking is already an international crime under EU law, but the UK government refused to take part in that particular directive, though confusingly, I noticed they revoked it recently anyway, which is confusing. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, the Noble Lord Sahota, and the Noble Baroness Lady Twycross have all made important and valuable maiden speeches. Lady Twycross rightly praised the community response to Afghan refugees, as well as recalling her own family's diverse origin. I can relate to her fate of being too opinionated for the civil service. I only lasted 15 months for the same reason. Noble Lord Sahota recalled the impressive history of his family in both India and the UK, and quote, the slings and arrows of racial discrimination. He deplored the limbo and exploitation into which asylum seekers sink, and the cost of that to society and the public purse, as well as to individuals. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, recalled how the city of Leicester has thrived as a city of migration, as well as his own history. We are all, he says, pilgrims in a foreign land. My own mother was born in Dublin, which makes me a dual national, so I have a tinge of that. The Noble Lord Dubbs, whose contribution on refugee issues is second to none. I congratulate him on his 90th birthday. He looks embarrassed at that, but he's a splendid colleague on the Joint Committee on Human Rights, though we're both about to be chucked off, by rotation only, I should add. The noble Baroness Lady Nicholson talked of the terrible plight of the Yazidis, and going back to the noble Lord Dubbs, he said that our asylum policy tested who we are as a country. So agree with that. And he recalled, of course, the kinder transport. Noble Lord Cormac spoke of the Huguenots. But government policy and the language around it seems to junk that heritage, displaying a growing politicisation, playing to populist nationalism, a shirking of our share of global responsibility, and an utter failure to uphold international human rights and refugee law, and to set an example of international leadership and partnership, including through cooperation with our European neighbours. And the noble Lord Hannay spoke on those themes. I am sorry that the noble Lady Baroness Stoll and others, as my noble friend Baroness Hamley noted, conflated economic migration, which government has full control over but is allowed to increase, and flows of refugees. The government's policy is one not of shelter but of deterrence, which the Nationality and Borders Act 2022 has, in several ways that violate international human rights and asylum law, entrench. As the noble Lord Kerr said, the incompetence compounds the cruelty. Measures punish and penalise people for seeking asylum by the only means that is available to them, usually a dangerous journey controlled by dangerous organised criminals. The noble Lord Griffiths told us that only 13% of asylum seekers who go missing are ever found. But all of this has not prevented the escalation in the rhetoric of the Home Secretary and her Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick. They throw around terms like threat, invasion and illegal about largely vulnerable and frightened people seeking asylum. As others have said, the Home Secretary called them invaders barely 24 hours after a firebomb attack upon people seeking asylum detained at the Western Jetfoil site in Dover. I certainly agree with the noble Lord Kamal on the need to change language around the issue. So this debate takes place days after the Home Secretary welcomed and apparently endorsed as vital and necessary a collection of proposals, including pulling out of the European Convention on Human Rights and the Refugee Convention, and proposing indefinite detention for arrivals, put forward in a report for the Centre for Policy Studies by Nick Timothy, former advisor to Theresa May. These reckless proposals elicited a public denunciation from UNHCR, saying they were based on, quote, critical, factual and legal errors. UNHCR pointed out, again, there is no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. And the noble Baroness Lady Chakrabarti also made this point. A far better report than Nick Timothy's one came in October from the Oxford Refugee Studies Centre, the Refugee Council, the NGO Unbound, and the noble Baroness Lady Stroud of the Legatum Institute, whose excellent speech I am delighted to have listened to today. Lady Stroud, of course, did so much in the debates on the Nationality and Borders Bill to advocate for the right of asylum seekers to work. This is because it is a win-win policy on every level, including self-respect, self-support and fairness to taxpayers. And I think that's the answer to the noble lady Baroness Fox, who talked about people complaining of generosity to asylum seekers. They're not allowed to support themselves and give back. Such a policy would also help address our acute shortage of labour, and as well as providing one of the keys to successful integration. But the government stubbornly refuses it, and no doubt will again today. I look forward very much to the report of the Commission chaired by the noble Lord Carlisle on integration. The contrast between the two reports I have mentioned could not be greater. One is rooted in fear and dislike, the other on hope and opportunity. The second report, in which Lady Stroud played a role, says that, quote, refugee policy should be a strategic priority for the UK and that it can and should be a source of national unity, as it has in the past for both Conservative and Labour-led governments. I am pleased to see that the Bill of Rights Bill, also known as the Rights Removal Bill, which seeks to destroy the Human Rights Act, has been deprioritised by the Prime Minister. But my pleasure is tempered by the fact that the apparent reason is to make more space for a bill to overhaul the broken asylum system and combat the so-called channel boats crisis. But the asylum system is only broken, as my noble friend Baroness Hamwy called it, and my noble friend Baroness Hamwy called it exclusionary and unworkable, because successive Conservative Home Secretaries have failed to get to grips with what ought to be a manageable administrative task of establishing, through a fair and efficient determination of claims, whether people are refugees and sending back those who are not. We received 70,000 asylum applications in the year to September 2022. That is a fair number, but far less than France or Germany, and it should not overwhelm the Home Office. Other noble lords, including my noble friend Lord Roberts and the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Durham, have cited the backlog figures, so I don't need to repeat this sorry tale. Just to note the effect that has on physical and mental health is dire. As the Right Reverend Primate said, control has become cruelty. Staggering inefficiencies by successive governments trap people in limbo at incredible expense in the system for years, unable to build a life or to contribute to society. This is the worst of all possible worlds, and such a waste. But rather than prioritise clearing that backlog, the complications, differential treatment and inadmissibility rules in the Nationality and Borders Act are likely to add further delays. Can the noble Lord, the Minister, tell me what assessment the Home Office has made on the impact of the inadmissibility rules, which provide a new source of red tape, is on the prospect for reducing the backlog? And as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of York, said, we have a dysfunctional asylum system that threatens our social cohesion. I have a particular interest in family reunion because I steered the latest version of this private member's bill through the House recently, taking up the baton from my friend, noble friend, Lady Hamwy. The rules are far too restrictive. For instance, not allowing even unmarried daughters who are 19 or early 20s from somewhere like Afghanistan to join their parents, siblings to be reunited, or in particular children to sponsor family members. So those children have to remain alone, lonely and vulnerable. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Durham, referred to this topic. Child refugees are getting a raw deal all round, as the Noble Lord Carlisle describes. And the Home Office placed nearly 3,300 children in hotels in the year to October 2022 with no lawful basis and outside the child welfare and protection system of local authorities, meaning that opportunities to protect children from trafficking have been missed. Can the Noble Lord the Minister set out the Department's plan to end the use of hotels, particularly for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children? As the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Chelmsford, highlighted, the housing is an important feature of integration. The Noble Lord Sandwich noted the scandal of money being diverted from the aid budget to the Home Office. My Lords, the results of the government's failed deterrence policy have been disastrous for all parties except organised criminals, as the Noble Lord Desai pointed out. Smugglers, traffickers and other abusers are thriving. They thrive because governments, including sadly our present one, refuse or fail to take their responsibilities to provide fair and efficient asylum systems. And I would say to the Noble Lady Fox that an efficient system would, inter alia, identify and remove those who don't qualify. Expanding safe, regular, accessible pathways for refugees to travel to the UK, including through expanded family reunion and humanitarian visas, Noble Lord Kerr stressed, would and probably processing on French soil, as the Noble Lord Cormac said, and greater resettlement, as the Noble Lord McInnes spoke of. All of these would offer real alternatives to dangerous, irregular journeys. My Lords, the debate today has provided numerous ideas for the government to improve our asylum system, including instead of being stuck in the disastrous state that it currently resides.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Baroness Ludford. My Lords, I'd like to open by thanking the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for initiating this debate. I think it's been a remarkable debate and a memorable debate. For his information, I've emailed his speech to my wife, who's currently on a train to Scotland. She's just read it and she thought it was a magnificent speech. My Lords, I also want to congratulate my noble friends Baroness Trycross and Lord Sahota. I wrote down that my noble friend Baroness Trycross said she had 6 former bosses in this house, and I also note that because of her role in the GLA, where she is really used to being in the eye of the storm, she seems to me to be exceptionally well qualified to be a member of this house. I also wrote down a comment from my noble friend Lord Sahota. What he said is he wants the best deal in the market for our fellow human beings, and I thought that was the theme for his whole speech, and I welcome him into our house. And of course I also welcome the Noble Lord and the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, who I thought gave a moving speech about the situation in Leicester and how Leicester has benefited from migrating communities. My Lords, it's common to hear, and we have heard it in today's debate, the proud history of our country in welcoming those in need of safety. We have seen in recent years the generosity of the British people in response to the invasion of Ukraine. We must always be aware of what we're talking about when we're talking about asylum. We're talking about people fleeing horrors and situations we cannot imagine and making decisions we hope never to have to make for our own families. We in the opposition, I believe, need to be careful in our rhetoric, and we need the government to be honest and careful too in the language it uses. We must not conflate economic migration with those travelling without a well-founded fear of persecution, with those who are travelling to the UK to flee torture, war and persecution. These people are asking the UK to provide a place of safety, and that was the central point of the noble lady Baroness Prasher when she made her intervention. So, my lords, what we need is a responsible and consistent policy making. The principles of the UNHCR have been referred to a number of times in this debate. They are firstly strengthening and expediting the decision-making process, ensuring that those without well-founded claims are returned to their own countries, stepping up cooperation with European neighbours, and expanding safe, regular pathways for refugees to travel to the UK to offer real alternatives to dangerous and irregular journeys. And the noble Lord the Archbishop added to this with introducing some form of triaging system to try and expedite that process. But unfortunately, my lords, that's not what we've seen from recent Home Secretaries from the party opposite. My lords, to turn briefly to the issues which we have seen under this government, we've spent £140 million on Rwanda, and as my noble friend Lord Brown said, this is really just a symbolically tough policy that has been completely ineffective. We also haven't seen a commitment from ministers who will not be who will not be considered for a flight to Rwanda. We have repeatedly asked whether the ministers will commit that people from Ukraine will not be sent to Rwanda, or that girls and women who have fled here from Iran, for example, there's no commitment that they will not be sent to Rwanda either. And of course we have the backlog. And a number of noble lords have referred to the figures. In November 2022, about 150,000 people were still waiting for an initial decision, with nearly 100,000 waiting over 6 months. And the Refugee Councils had offered a stark comparison to 10 years ago, when there were only about 13,000 people waiting. It must be recognised that the backlog has increased more dramatically than the number of claims, and as mentioned by the Archbishop, the backlog in cases has increased by 305% in the last 5 years, and these are figures from the Institute of Government. My lords, this is an operational failure, and it is the root of many of the problems the system is facing today. Of those who travelled by small boat in 2021, only 4% of the claims have been processed as of November. The Nationality and Borders Act, far from addressing these problems, has baked them in with, firstly, an inadmissibility clause which adds 6 months delay onto cases but didn't deliver the safe returns agreement with our closest neighbours. Secondly, differentiation policies which will require some asylum seekers to have their claims repeatedly reassessed, even when they've found to have been a well-founded reason for seeking asylum. And thirdly, restrictions on access to family reunion routes, which will push more people into taking extremely dangerous journeys to try and reach their loved ones. My lords, turning to safeguarding, we've seen the scale of the safeguarding problems in Manston. We've also heard from noble Lord Kerr and other noble lords about children who have gone missing from the care of the government and care of various local authorities. Can the Minister say something about what action is being taken to try and increase the safeguarding for children who are in this extremely difficult situation? So, my lords, what will actually make a difference? Well, firstly, speeding up asylum decisions so people are not left in limbo, and we don't have the spiralling costs of hotels and overcrowding in our reception systems. Secondly, safe routes, including access to family reunion. I noticed the point, and I have been following what Baroness Ludford and Baroness Hamway have done on this matter. Of course, international cooperation, which is the heart of any solution to this problem. Tackling criminal gangs. They, of course, are the ones acting illegally, taking advantage of people in desperate situations and making profits from misery, although I have to say I didn't agree with my former noble friend, Lord Desai, in his solution to this problem. It needs to be said that the Labour Party would set up a new dedicated cell at the National Crime Agency to work cross-border to crack down on the criminal gangs and would seek new arrangements with France, Belgium and other European countries on returns and family reunion. And the Labour Party would also fast-track returns to designated safe countries like Albania, as other noble lords have noted. My lords, we believe safe routes are a genuinely powerful alternative to stop people being pushed into the hands of the people smugglers, and we think the government should look at this route and open its mind to this possibility of reducing the current state of the crisis. My lords, I think I need to acknowledge that this is a complex and emotive issue, and it's a fast-changing issue which the government needs to build on the history of receiving people in very difficult circumstances. We've heard lots of very emotive and powerful examples of this over the years. And in conclusion, I would just say to the Right Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, that I live in southwest London in Wandsworth, and we also in Wandsworth welcomed many Huguenots. And in fact, in the coat of arms of Wandsworth Borough Council are the tiers of the of the Huguenots who came to our borough, and they are recognised in many parts of the borough. So it is a source of pride for my part of London.
I want to thank the Most Reverend Primate for leading the debate and initiating a constructive dialogue on this important topic. I would also like to thank noble lords on all sides of the House for their insightful contributions. First, though, I would like specially to welcome our 3 new members and to thank them for their opening contributions today. First, the Right Reverend Lord Bishop of Leicester, who's currently spearheading the Shaped by God Together process within the Leicester Diocese, helping each parish better to live out their everyday faith in their communities. Baroness Twycross has been a notable force for change in the health sector through her work with Diabetes UK and action against food poverty, including calling for London to become a zero hunger city. And I would also like to agree with Baroness Twycross on her point regarding the great work of the London Fire Brigade, and would like to refer her back to the debate we had yesterday concerning the culture of the fire service, in which many noble lords who've spoken today appeared. Over the past 2 decades, Lord Sahota has been tireless in serving the Telford community, whilst also finding time to run a business with his family. Lord Sahota is the only Sikh on the benches in this House, and I know our debates here will be richer with Lord Sahota, Baroness Twycross, and the Lord Bishop. On the Labour benches. Forgive me, did I? My apologies. I also share the sentiment of my noble, of Lord Sahota and the Lord Bishop of Leicester in hoping that their elevation will be an omen for the success of the English football team on Saturday. The further point that, as a fairly recent entrant to the House myself, that you will have noticed today is that there's a tendency in this House for those noble lords asking questions in question time to make speeches, and those noble lords in debates, when they're meant to make speeches, ask questions. So I will ask for the House's indulgence in that I'm not able to answer all the questions that I've been asked by noble lords today, but I will endeavour to answer as many as possible, and I'm sure that those that I don't answer, noble lords will convert into written questions in due course. I would also like to thank Baroness Nicholson for her particularly heart-rending history of the Yazidi position, and welcome her special guest to the House today. My lords, it's no secret that the UK's asylum system has of late come under severe strain. This year we have seen around 40,000 people arriving by small boats. Around 100,500 individuals are currently on asylum support. The cost of accommodating asylum seekers in hotels has reached more than £5 million a day. Clearly, something has got to change. The government has been clear on its priorities, namely first, tackling small boat irregular arrivals by encouraging claims to be made in the first safe country and deterring unnecessary, dangerous journeys to the UK. Second, alleviating pressures on accommodation, including by tackling lengthy stays in processing centres, whilst, of course, taking the safety and welfare of those in our care extremely seriously. Thirdly, delivering our migration and economic development partnership with Rwanda. And finally, providing safe and legal routes for people in need of protection and combating the asylum application backlogs. And in doing that, we will seek to streamline the asylum decision-making process. So turning first to safe and legal routes. While we are clearly grappling with significant challenges, the UK has maintained our long and proud record of welcoming refugees and people in need of protection through various resettlement schemes. Under the 1951 Convention, people should claim asylum in the first safe country which they reach. That is the fastest route to safety. Whilst we know there are many people in difficult situations around the world, the UK cannot possibly accommodate everyone who might wish to come here, as the Noble Prelate identified in his speech. We have adopted a proactive stance in responding to world events. In the wake of Russia's appalling aggression, we introduced the Ukraine Family Scheme and the Homes for Ukraine scheme. Since January 2022, these schemes have received a total of 225,000 applications, of which 85.8% were granted. That's 189,131 positive grants. And I would like to thank the Noble Earl for his commendation of the efforts of the Department in relation to those schemes. We continue to welcome people through the existing global UK resettlement scheme, community sponsorship, mandate resettlement scheme, and the Afghan resettlement schemes. The government's refugee resettlement schemes are focused on those with the greatest need, as determined by the UN Refugee Agency. The UNHCR has well-established procedures and submission categories for identifying and resettling the most vulnerable refugees. The UK's refugee resettlement schemes aim to do exactly what the Noble Lord, Lord Horam, has pointed out, to bring those to the UK who are considered refugees as per the UNHCR's criteria. Since its expansion in September 2015, a total of 20,103 people have been resettled in the UK through the Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, or VPRS, across more than 300 local authorities. Alongside the VPRS, we ran the Gateway Protection Programme, which has resettled over 9,939 people. The VPRS closed in February 2021 and is succeeded by the Global United Kingdom Resettlement Scheme, which has since its creation settled some 1,882 people. We have also resettled over 800 through the Community Sponsorship Scheme since it began in 2016. I would like to respond to Baroness Hamway, who asked what the actual number of Afghans assisted is. The Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme, or ACRS, was formally opened in January of this year, with Pathways 2 and 3 launched in June, and this will provide support for up to 20,000 people affected by events in Afghanistan. This is in addition to those coming under the Afghanistan Relocation and Assistance Package. Operation Pitting was the largest UK military evacuation since the Second World War, and saw around 15,000 individuals evacuated to the UK, some of whom were the first to be settled under the ACRS. In the year following the evacuation, around 6,000 people have arrived in the UK via neighbouring countries under a combination of ARAP and the ACRS Pathway 1. The number of vulnerable and at-risk individuals granted leave under Pathway 1 now stands at over 6,300. Therefore, to say we have not welcomed anyone through the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme and the Afghan Relocations and Assistance Policy is simply not true. In addition to these routes, the government provides a safe and legal route to bring families together through its family reunion policy. This allows a partner or spouse and dependent children to join their refugee family members in the UK if they form part of the family unit before the sponsor fled their country. Turning then to asylum decision-making, which has been a topic of many speeches amongst in your Lordship's House. We agree with the point that many have made today, that it is unacceptable that there are so many outstanding claims awaiting a decision. The asylum system has been under mounting pressure for several years. Increased and sustained intake and a growing number of people awaiting a decision have led to significant delays in concluding asylum claims. Current efforts are focused on deciding older claims, high harm cases, and cases with extreme vulnerability, such as mental health, child cases, new claims, and those in receipt of support since the Nationality and Borders Act came into force on the 28th of June of this year. I would like to thank my noble friend Lord Horam for his insightful comments about the impact of excessive immigration on communities. Prioritisation is the answer. We cannot favour those who can afford to pay the people smugglers over other asylum seekers. I would also like to thank the Most Reverend Primate for his suggestion of triaging asylum claims and removing those who are not going to be granted asylum immediately in order to speed up decision-making. Also an idea canvassed by Lord Carlisle of Berriew. In practice, however, while we endeavour to remove individuals as quickly as possible, delays to removal occur due to legal barriers such as fresh claims, further representations, modern slavery claims, and judicial reviews, all of which must be considered before removal.
Before he leaves consideration of how to improve the working of the system, could he tell us what has happened to the recommendations from the reviewer, the independent review 13 months ago?
Yes, those considerations are currently being studied in the department and will feed into future policy on this issue. Where an individual's claim is unsuccessful, they would need to be removed to their country of citizenship or another destination where they would be accepted. It was apparent that there was a tension between the suggestion of the Archbishop of York and the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, on whether we should extend our Ukrainian policies to all nationalities. As the Archbishop of Canterbury rightly noted, it is, of course, not immoral to have a limit or restrictions on migration. Whilst we sympathise with the many individuals who are in difficult situations around the world, the United Kingdom simply cannot help everyone who may like to come to this country. We have introduced the Asylum Transformation Programme, which aims to bring the system back into balance and to modernise it. It focuses on increasing productivity by streamlining, simplifying and digitising processes to speed up asylum decision-making and increase efficiency and output. Since the programme was established in the summer of 2021, a number of positive steps have been taken. More decision-makers have been recruited, alongside steps to keep experienced staff in post. We have also tested a range of initiatives aimed at reducing the time it takes to interview and decide asylum claims. Changes in recent trials have doubled the number of decisions made per week, and we're looking to roll these initiatives out nationwide as a result. My Lords, this is undoubtedly a significant task, but I can assure the House that efforts to address the backlog and alleviate the current pressures will continue in earnest. I hope this can assure the Noble Lord McInnes, my noble friend, that the changes we're making will fix the issues with the asylum decision-making process. Many of those arriving in the UK claim to be children and don't have clear evidence like a passport to back this up. Decision-making is very challenging, and the current process is very subjective and can be disputed in long and expensive legal proceedings. The United Kingdom typically receives over 3,000 asylum claims from alleged unaccompanied asylum-seeking children per year. Many of those arriving in the UK who claim to be children do not have evidence. Between 2016 and September 2022, there were 7,357 asylum cases where age was disputed. In the subsequent resolution, some half, that's 3,696 individuals, were in fact found to be adults. If there is doubt whether a claimant is an adult or a child, they're referred to a local authority's social services department for a careful case law compliant age assessment, and they will be treated as a child until a decision on their age is made. I don't need to remind noble lords that one of the consequences of an adult being treated as a child is that this has the potential to expose those in local authority care to risk. Beyond our domestic reforms, we are working closely with our international partners to deter small boat arrivals and put an end to the practices of people smuggling and clandestine travel into the United Kingdom. I entirely agree with the comments from Lord Brown of Eton under Hayward, who pointed out the nonsensical position that Albanians can prioritise themselves by crossing the Channel in a small boat. And on that basis, effectively jump the queue. And it's incumbent on us to prevent that sort of self-selection and queue jumping. I must note that Baroness Prashar and others overlook the basic fact that not all those who claim to be refugees are actually refugees. It is not immoral to point this out. As Lord Robertson stated, we must be sensible and not naive about this. While legal challenges are ongoing, we remain committed to delivering the Migration and Economic Development Partnership between the United Kingdom and Rwanda to address the shared international challenge of illegal migration and break the business model of the people smuggling gangs. This policy does not subcontract or outsource our responsibilities to Rwanda. Instead, the United Kingdom and Rwanda working together will help make the immigration system fairer and ensure that people are safe to enjoy the new opportunities to develop. It is by reforming the asylum system and taking bold international action to address the global migration crisis that we can keep providing protection for those who need it through safe and legal routes. I would like to respond to the assertions of Lord Brown of Ladyton on our assessment, which found Rwanda to be a fundamentally safe and secure country with a track record of supporting asylum seekers. This is set out in the relevant country policy and information notes, which are available on the gov.uk website. These assessments are kept under review and are updated periodically to reflect any significant new issues or evidence. We regularly monitor and review the situation in Rwanda and are working closely with the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Last month, the United Kingdom and France signed a new agreement further to bolster our combined efforts to prevent the dangerous channel crossings, including through strengthened operational cooperation and investment in cutting-edge surveillance technology. The UK remains committed to addressing illegal migration with France via our enduring relationship. We continue to engage with our French friends at all levels, political and operational, supporting with the provision of technology and sharing of intelligence to meet our shared strategic aims. France and other EU countries are safe countries, and like the UK, have asylum systems themselves, which provide protection to those who need it. Those in France...
But I didn't do so earlier. He talks about safe countries as if there's an obligation, and earlier he said there was an obligation to claim asylum in the first safe country. He will, of course, be aware that UNHCR said it is absolutely not the law. Indeed, if it was, the Refugee Convention would never have been signed because countries neighbouring conflict areas, which already take the bulk, of refugees would never have signed it.
I hear what the Noble Lady says. Can I commend to the Noble Lady the excellent policy exchange paper called 3 Essays on the Morality of Asylum? In that excellent paper, Professor Phillis reminds us that he says this, I'll read directly from the paper. The Rwanda scheme, I'm reading from page 14, the Rwanda scheme does not subcontract anything. The UK, as a founding party of the Refugee Convention, did not undertake to receive or process or admit refugees. Its contractual undertaking and obligation is A, to give certain rights and privileges to those refugees whom it has chosen to admit and given leave to stay, and B, not to deport anyone to an unsafe third country.
With that argument is that the Refugee Convention imposes on us the duty to hear the claim. If we deport someone to Rwanda on the basis that even if their claim were justified, that will not be established and they will not be allowed to return, they will be investigated in Rwanda to see if they may have asylum in Rwanda, but they will be unable to pursue their claim for asylum in this country. That is clearly contrary to the Refugee Convention.
As I do to disagree with the Noble Learned Lord, that matter is currently before the High Court, and the government's position is clearly that it is at odds with the assessment of the Noble and Learned Lord. I would crave the indulgence of the House to carry on for a few more moments, if I may. Turning then to the questions in relation to climate change. And I'm terribly sorry if the Noble Lord Cormac were to miss his train. We will not remove anyone to any other country where they would face persecution or serious harm as a result of if their country had ceased to exist, as was premised in one of the Noble Lord's speeches. It's always right in this context to remember, as pointed out by my noble friend Lord Lilly, that the arrival by small boats puts significant pressure on local authorities. The Home Office acknowledges the strain that dispersing asylum seekers is having on many authorities, and it's for this reason that the Home Office is working collaboratively with local authorities and commercial partners to agree regional and national plans on the implementation for full asylum dispersal. This process will enable us to continue to meet our obligations to accommodate destitute asylum seekers while not overcrowding local areas. Turning then to the... forgive me, I'm afraid I really must make progress. No, I'm afraid I really must make progress. I'm sorry to decline. I'm sorry to decline the Noble Lord's intervention.
I fear, my lords, that we really must make progress at this stage. We still have to hear from the Right Reverend Prelate, the Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury. We must make some progress.
Time, I'm afraid, does not permit me to address all the issues raised by Noble Lords. However, I fully understand that this is and will remain an emotive issue for many. Although our compassion may be limitless, our capacity, resources and infrastructures to help people are finite.
Order.
This country, I'm afraid not. This country has shown time and again, from those who arrived on the Kinder transport, as the Noble Lord Doves rightly raised, and the Ugandan Asians expelled by Idi Amin, to those fleeing the present dreadful conflict in Ukraine, that when people are suffering and they need sanctuary, we step up. We extend the hand of friendship and provide a welcome born of our natural compassion. As the government has demonstrated, we are committed to maintaining that long and proud tradition through safe and legal routes, and we will continue to do what is right and help those who are in most need. As the Noble Lord Cormac has referenced in this debate, I completely agree that refugees enrich both our history and our present. At the same time, the public expect us to control migration, uphold our immigration laws, and discourage those who would risk their lives by making unsafe and unnecessary journeys to the UK across the Channel. As I hope I've made clear today, the government approaches these responsibilities with the greatest seriousness, and that will continue to be the case.
Before the noble lord sits down, would he be able to undertake to write to noble lords who've spoken in this debate to answer the questions he's been unable to answer because of the length of time that he's had available?
Yeah.
I would invite instead noble lords to ask written questions in relation to the points that they raised.
My lords, I'm a former leader of the House. I have never ever seen such a reply from a minister. If a minister is unable to respond in verbally, then he or she must reply in writing.
Very well. I shall write as requested.
My lords, keeping to my sense of compassion, I shall have compassion on Lord Cormac's train and do my very best to be as brief as possible, and I will write where I don't answer questions. But probably not till after Christmas. I have higher claims.
What's going on?
Not a lot. First of all, may I thank noble lords for their extraordinary contributions. I can't refer to all the contributions because there are so many that have been so excellent. But it has been a remarkable debate. I'm very grateful. I'm particularly grateful to Lord Sahota, Noble Lord Sahota, Noble Baroness Twycross, and also the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leicester, who have all contributed remarkably from their experience and have demonstrated the reasons why they are in this House. Thank you. I secondly I'm not going to mention 90th birth. Oh, I just had. I'm not going to mention birthdays, which come around increasingly frequently. But I have to say that I sat in awe listening to Lord Dobbs. Yeah. And I'm sure that is true for the entire House. His moral authority vastly exceeds anyone else's in this House, going right back to the kinder transport. And it has been a great privilege for me and for, I'm sure, everyone else here to engage with him on this subject. This is, as the Noble Lord the Minister said quite rightly, a very emotive and very difficult subject. And I'm just going to throw out a few headlines. I wonder, given the complexity of the subject, I had that in an earlier draft and I took it out, or one of my advisors took it out, so I'm going to annoy them by putting it back in. I just wonder, wouldn't it make more sense in view of the level of difficulty of this subject and its immense importance, which numerous noble lords have emphasised very strongly, if there was a separate department for immigration, which could focus on this issue rather than having it in the complexities of the Home Office, which, as we know, is one of the most difficult offices to lead. Which leads me to say that with listening to Lord Murray, I felt a great deal of sympathy. It's a very new and complex system that is being looked at, which is under serious strain, as he said. But I think I would like to say to the Noble Lord the Minister, affirmation is not evidence. He made a number of affirmations about what would be done, what has been done, what is being done, but certainly other noble lords tried very hard to go for evidence. And I think in letters that are written, it's important that we look at that. I sympathise with his legal difficulties. Anyone in the Church of England would sympathise with people's legal difficulties. I've just had a clergy discipline measure dismissed, thankfully, against me for not recognising a particular claimant who said he was the living incarnation of the Lord God. And I I had ignored him more than 1,000 times, and therefore I should be dismissed from my post. In a totally straight-laced judgment, after some months, the relevant judge dismissed the claim. And I would like to say about his comment about the Archbishop of York and Archbishop of Canterbury disagreeing with each other, there's nothing new about that. It is different from the iron discipline of the Conservative cabinet. But we suffer what we must. And poor Archbishop of York particularly does. If we're going to break, and this is a venture into economics, which with the Noble Lord, Lord Horham, and the Noble Lord, Lord Desai, I am very, very nervous about doing, but I'm going to dance into the minefield and say that in my days in the oil industry, a long time ago, admittedly, and maybe economics has changed, it was always said that the lowest cost producer would always survive. There is such a thing as a law of supply and demand. And if we have safe and legal routes, we automatically become the lowest cost producer. And that by itself will completely undermine the business model of the people smugglers. I throw that out as probably a wrong answer, but I'll do my best. I think also I do note that the Noble Lord the Minister didn't actually answer Lord Brown's question about the assessment by the Foreign Office and others about what's going on in Rwanda. He said other things about Rwanda, but he didn't answer the question which was put. And I think it would be very useful if he would write in his written answer that he included an answer to the very clear question that was put about why the government's assessment is so different from its professional Foreign Office advisors. I think we'd need to see some answers on that. I'm looking for the clock. I've got 8 minutes. Moving on from that, I do very strongly agree with Noble Lords who made a very strong and clear argument that what we need to do is talk about asylum as distinct from migration. They are very, very different things. Asylum happens because of what happens elsewhere. Migration happens because of what we choose to happen, particularly around students, for instance, whereas we know most places don't confuse the two in quite the same way. The question on whether we allow or even encourage, even possibly compel people in appropriate positions to take employment while they are waiting for claims is one, again, that I'm afraid I don't think was answered. And I think that was put forward by a very large number of Noble Lords, and I think is an extremely important question. I agree very much with the Noble Baroness Berridge and the Noble Baroness Ludford that I was wrong to suggest that we need to replace the 1951 Convention. We need a new convention and keep the 1951 Convention. I think the point on that is a very powerful one, and it was an error on my part. I think I'm going to return to Lord Lilly's comments, Noble Lord, Lord Lilly's comments, if I may. I sort of used my hotline to God, but as he referred to it, but I regret to say I appear to have been disconnected for not having paid the bill. And all I got when I pressed button 3 was a long recorded message. So I went back to the Bible. Who is my neighbour? In fact, in my first speech, as with the other members of this bench, it may seem unusual, but we did actually all only quote the Bible and no other form of hotline. Who is my neighbour? We can answer the question by saying everyone's my neighbour, but it is not a logical consequence of that that everyone must come here. The logical consequence is that we need to do all that we can to ensure that those who are suffering find their suffering reduced. That may well not include bringing them to a different country from the one in which they've grown up. My long experience now of over 20 years in conflict zones, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, is that almost no one wants to be a refugee. They want to stay at home. They want to build their country as we do. They love the United Kingdom, but not all of them want to stay here. We can see that when, thanks to the good work of the Home Office last summer, we had almost 700 Anglican Communion bishops from 162 countries coming here with much help. Not one of them overstayed. Many of them live in war zones. Most of them are not paid ever, but live off the money they get from tilling some ground, while at the same time working under enormous personal risk in intense poverty and much danger. Who is my neighbour is not only dealt with by asylum, but also by stabilisation, and it is a great pity that the government has almost abolished the stabilisation unit in the FCDO, by development and creating hope locally by addressing the kind of awful and heartbreaking situation spoken of by Noble Baroness Nichols. That is what stops people coming. The Noble Baroness Berridge did mention the upcoming Nigerian election. I'm not going to develop that theme, but it's something with which, again, I entirely agree with that and have spoken recently to the Foreign Office about. I will answer the particular questions of Lord Roberton by letter, if I may take that, because they're not all directly connected with this service, with this place. I've got a lot of carol services. And in order to just pick up the question you did ask, and I think the Noble Lord Lilly asked, about what are we doing about it may not be the Noble Lord Lilly, but what are we doing to increase attendance at churches? We're working extremely hard. Yesterday evening we had 200 people or 100 people in my chapel in order to hear the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I'm very glad there are atheists here in such profusion, because it gives them a chance to hear that. And they might just be converted, you never know. But I don't think so, looking at the Noble Lord Cashman. We'll see in our post-retirement existence whether we exist or not. Finally, policy exchange, in my last minute. The policy exchange document is interesting and is certainly worth reading. I commend it to the House. I don't agree with it any more than I agreed at the time with an earlier policy exchange document which suggested that the best way to deal with levelling up in the north, and particularly the city of Liverpool, where I was living at the time, was to move the entire population of Liverpool to Cambridge. That was in 2008. That was not very popular in Liverpool. I didn't consult those in Cambridge. But I do think policy exchange have a valuable function as provoking ideas, but not always quite as valuable a function in solving problems. Once again, my lords, thank you so much to the whole House for a remarkable debate, for a huge number of wise ideas, which I will be going through and we will consider at great length, no doubt, within the Church. And with that, I wish you a good weekend, and thank you very much.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
of Lords sound. House 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 of Lords, 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 sound.